interact with people here. Yeah, I'd be wasting my time. All right. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassors. Forgive our trespassers as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you, God, for this day. Jesus, in your name I pray for peace. I pray for peace in my mind. I pray for peace in my heart. I pray for peace. 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 And so it is. Thank you.
Namaste. It gives me great joy to lead you through Soul Sync for Peace. From today, you are beginning your contribution to world peace by doing Soul Sync and by nurturing peace consciousness within yourself. This will be your strength. This will be your contribution to end inner violence and to contribute to world peace. It will be your magic potion to heal your heart of all its wounds and a wellspring of blessing and grace to manifest synchronicities that would pave way for a peaceful and a beautiful life. Soul Sync has freed scores of individuals of their inner judgments and inner prejudice against each other. It has opened their hearts to great connection and compassion. Are you all ready to do the Soul Sync with me? Please be seated with your eyes closed, your spine erect, and your body still. We will move into the first stage of the Soul Sync. Take 8 conscious breaths. Use your thumb and your fingers to keep count. Move to the second stage. Inhale slowly. Exhale, make a humming sound. Do it for 8 more counts. Take 8 conscious breaths. Bring awareness to the natural pause that occurs between every inhalation and exhalation. For the next 8 cycles of breath, chant Aham on your exhalation. Do this for 8 conscious breaths. Allow the tips of your index finger and the thumbs touch each other. Rest your hands upon your thighs. See and feel everything around you. All forms, see it dissolve into light. Feel yourself expand into limitless consciousness. this beautiful state, hold a heartfelt intention for peace. Peace within you and peace in the world around you. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May you become peaceful within. May your loved ones become peaceful. May the world around you become peaceful. Whenever you feel ready, you may slowly open your eyes.
Okay. Check. Once again, it proves my point. The people that have these comments are the people that don't. What's up? What's up? What's up? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Let's see here. Where am I? Which camera do I want to use? Yeah, all right, good enough. All right. So, got some interesting stuff coming up today. This is what I'm feeling today. over the last 24 hours, I've been having this little boy freak out internally. I've been feeling like this little child, and I'm going to go to the root cause of it. I'm going to do my best to go to the root cause of it. I will be taking iboga at some point in the next couple of weeks. And until then, I have to keep tapping on this or I'm choosing to, at least. I'm choosing to tap on this stuff because I'm noticing, number one, the little boy, the little tiny little boy, the little child that is reacting, that is being afraid. And then I'm also noticing this very strong, intense, like, I don't know how to say it, but like this anger, this very intense anger of, getting comments. So to explain the last 24 hours, yesterday I started tapping on this feeling of I'm about to post a whole bunch of content at scale. And I'm noticing that there was a lot of apprehension. There was a lot of resistance towards that. I noticed that. And then I did it. TikTok, I couldn't post 100 pieces of content a day like how Gary Vee said. So I don't know what the fuck is he talking about. But from what I did, I posted 100 pieces. I didn't post 100 pieces. I posted like 10 to 15 pieces maximum, and it didn't get any reach. So what I'm noticing is, number one, TikTok and Instagram and social media are flagging it as spam, so it's not getting the reach. Fine. Okay, fine. Number two is I checked this morning and I see comments. And again, the same thing that I'm noticing the same thing once again. The comments from the peanut galleries, it's the same comments. It's the same comments from people that don't have any social media. Like they don't post on their accounts. And I'm noticing that. It's very, very interesting. And I'm just going to tap on this. I'm just going to keep tapping on this because now I find this actually comical. I actually do find this very comical now. Like people are leaving these comments and they're not even posting on their own accounts. They're not even posting. So why should I care? Why? And I noticed that little boy, that little boy that I guess, like I want the validation. I want the comments. And I'm noticing that part, and I'm showing up. I'm showing up to love that part. And it feels way better now. It feels way better because, yeah, why am I attaching to these comments from people that they'll never see my content again? It doesn't matter because it doesn't matter. That's the thing. It does not matter. And this morning, I did not want to wake up. The clocks changed over here. We lost an hour of sleep basically during the night. I did not want to get up. I didn't want to get up, but I did anyway. And for a while, I was trying to convince myself, okay, I'm just not gonna wake up. I'm just not gonna show up. I'm just not gonna tap. I'm just not gonna do it. These were the thoughts that were going on in my head. But then I thought about my beliefs. I started thinking about the way I believed about certain things. And then I had this insight. Oh, wait a second. BFH. Beliefs, feelings, and habits. Beliefs, feelings, and habits. Beliefs, feelings, and habits. Your beliefs, your feelings, and your habits shape your identity. So my identity up until this point has been someone that has been this little child, the little child in me, the little boy that's scared. At least these are the beliefs that have been going into my head about, like, putting myself out there and documenting my process for people to critique. And it's not comfortable. It is not comfortable. And I could notice that feeling of discomfort. And now I notice, hey, okay, well, if TikTok is going to flag me as spam for posting a whole bunch of clips, well, then there goes that idea, back to the drawing board, right? No problem. But now I'm noticing, okay, I'm getting these comments. I'm getting these comments on my YouTube channel, right? Because I posted the same content on my YouTube channel, the same shorts. And again, the comments that I see, they're from people that don't have their own content. They're not contributing anything. So why do I care? You know, why? It's irrelevant. Those comments might as well be comments from the peanut gallery. It's irrelevant. It does not matter. It just simply doesn't matter. And I'm tapping on this to rewire how I perceive this. Like I said, I'm gonna take Iboga, one of the world's most powerful psychedelics, in a couple of weeks. I already ordered it. I got Sinenga coming in the mail, thank God. And I'm gonna now that the weather is getting warmer, I'm gonna be switching my diet once again to a very, very high alkaline diet, because man, this winter was really rough. But I'm noticing that extra sensitivity, this sensitivity of how am I going to be perceived, the sensitivity of like, am I going to be critiqued, whatever. And, you know, as I keep tapping on this stuff, I just realize it's really irrelevant. It's really irrelevant. Because the truth is, about the social media thing and posting online, this is going to be a long game thing. You know, most people are not going to understand what I'm doing anyway, and that's fine. It's going to take a while for people to really like understand this stuff and where I'm coming from and what I'm seeing and how I'm seeing things. And what I'm realizing about this, what I'm realizing about my life, is that for whatever reason, God has chosen to give me, you know, some events that I consider to be traumatic events, you know, from, you know, being in a dysfunctional family household with, you know, sometimes abuse, to, you know, being homeless and having two different life experiences. I realized, okay, well, why am I going through these experiences? I don't think it's to make me hide and to be like, you know, a victim. I think it is to give me the courage to put myself out there to help other people that are where I have been, maybe previous versions of myself. I don't know. But what I do know is that I know nothing. And I'm doing my best to recalibrate myself every day. I've gotten so good at changing my identity over the years. One thing I learned is that my beliefs, my feelings, and my habits all comprise who I think I am, right? This character called Gabriel Serra. And that's all I am. I'm just a character. I'm just an identity. That's it. And so these comments, I understand these comments. And I'm really grateful for these comments, because, hey, like as I'm tapping on this, I realize like, yeah, it's not even worth my energy. It's not worth the energy. Like if you're posting content and you're getting triggered by what people say, that's probably something deeper within you that is not yet at peace. That's what I realize about this. If you are getting triggered, if you're a content creator, you're posting, you're doing your job, you know, you're putting yourself out there, respect. It's not easy. And if you are afraid of the comments, if you're afraid of like posting because you're afraid to be, you know, critiqued or whatever, that's a sign that there's something that's unresolved deep within the subconscious, deep within your emotions, the way you're feeling about yourself, how you perceive yourself. It's an invitation, I think, to look at how you have been showing up in the world and what you've been going through. I think so. And as I keep tapping through this, I just think to myself, okay, it's all irrelevant. It's really all irrelevant. Again, all of these people that are posting, they don't have any social media accounts. They just do not. John Smith, no pause, all these people that have posted comments to my channel, they do not have content of their own. They do not. They do not. So John Smith, Futile Erify. Futile Erify? Okay. Let me see. A 30-second video not showing his face. The title is called Fiend. So I can imagine this is, let me see, someone 2010 to 2000. Okay, so this person has to be an adult, and yet you still are playing video games. Okay, so I see that. And you have a title called The Fiend. You made one video 1 month ago. Okay. You only got 27 views. All right. And you're not showing your face. You're playing video games behind the screen. Okay, fine. Heathen 112. Okay. Again, these are just playlists. No videos. Demo. Okay. No videos, no playlist, no nothing. AD, same thing. And same thing. Okay, cool. So, this is what it is, I think. And I think it's just a matter of now just being comfortable with it. It's like, okay, well, this is what it is. This is what it is. And I don't think it matters. I do not think it matters. I don't think it matters. And I don't think it matters because, not that their opinions don't matter. That's not what I'm saying. No, their opinions do matter. Because whatever is in resonance with me is what my opinions will feel, like what I'm going to feel about myself. Whatever my opinions are about myself is what's going to matter. That's what I'm going to feel about myself. So if I'm not at rest, if I'm not at peace with how I feel about myself, then yeah, any comment outside of me is going to affect me. It's just that simple. And I will keep tapping until this thing has no charge. I will keep, taking the psychedelics and doing my inner work and my medicine work until this thing is like resolved. And I do believe that I don't have to be this person forever. I do believe that I am capable of change. I do believe that. And I'm ultimately here to share my message of love and healing. I am here to share my message of love and healing. And I choose to breathe that in. I choose to breathe in that message of love and healing. That's it. And just be okay with what is. I just choose to be okay with what is. Choosing to be okay with what is. Is this easy? No, it's never easy. It's never easy. It's never easy. It's very uncomfortable. But that's the invitation, I think. I think it's the invitation to look at this, to look at yourself, to look at where you are, to look at how you feel. And when I opened up the comment box on YouTube earlier, yeah, I could feel that. I could totally feel that. I could feel the anger coming up. I can feel everything coming up. Now I'm just looking at it from a very neutral state, and say, hey, I'm just going to look at it. Let me see what this person said here. The demo person, right? If you post something that didn't work, posting it again won't work. All your videos are the same thing that doesn't work. What do you even mean by that? What is why would I even take that? Yes, of course, it's me posting the same fucking thing. It's me tapping and posting through a specific subject. No fucking shit. No duh. And then this comment here about the surgery thing, you know. And then this person right here, feudal airify. Yeah, we need more and correct information. I don't know. Now I may be a TikTok spammer because I over posted on TikTok. Okay, fine. So at least, hey, look, now we know. You can only post, hey, maybe at most, 4 or 5 times a day or something like this. Because otherwise it gets flagged as spam, and that's okay. And I'm okay with that. So now there's a couple of challenges here. And how I respond to this is important. How we respond to life is very important. How are we going to respond to the challenges of life? The challenges of life. The challenges of each day. The challenges. That's all there is. It's just a challenge. It's an opportunity, I think. I'm choosing to see it that way. I'm choosing to rewire my perception of life as just an opportunity to let go of something that doesn't serve me and to become more of who I truly am. And that's it. To show up with an open heart, to have a lot of love in my heart, to show up and do my work from a very good inner state, from the best state. Okay. I think we have what the fuck are you doing? Is this how you talk to people? Tay's back. Is this how you talk to people? Is this how you address people? What are you, a child? And I'm just going to keep tapping to this. Let's see if this person is on the thing. And this is what I've been waiting for. There we go. Let's see your account. Okay. Exposing propaganda, Tay's back. Are you really asking me? Did you really just post that? What the fuck are you doing? Is this how you're going to respond to people? I can feel myself getting angry, but I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to look at your account right now, probably even screenshot it. Screen share it maybe, and just say, hey, look, how old are you? Are you even posting content? Are you even posting content? No, you're not. But if you're really asking me, even though that's a very disrespectful way to ask someone what they're doing, even though that's a very disrespectful way to ask, and you should definitely next time respond with respect. I'm EFT tapping. So let's see here. Let's put up this person's profile. Tay's back. Let's put up this person's content here. Let's see what we got here. Screen share. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, let's see here. Because, I'm not going to tolerate this from anyone. I'm not going to tolerate this. I'm not going to tolerate someone, being very rude and disrespectful when I'm just trying to work on myself. And I'm not going to tolerate it. Definitely not going to tolerate it. So let's split this view here. How do we do this? Let's open up a new one. Add a scene. There we go. Split view. Yes. Okay, good. All right. So let's see your profile. Tay's back. Or whatever the fuck your name is. Yes, you were very rude. That's very, very disrespectful. And don't ever do that again. So the way that I see this is you have no content and you're asking me what the fuck I'm doing. And, you know, I'm going to put people like you on blast because, hey, look, just to be honest, that's very disrespectful. That is very rude. You must be a child to say, what the fuck are you doing on a live stream when I'm just trying to work on myself is incredibly rude and incredibly disrespectful. And this is the thing. But this is the thing, though. You know, we live in a generation now. We live in an era where people think that they can say whatever the fuck they want, however the fuck they want to, and to be very rude and to disrespectful to people. Do you understand how that affects people's mental health? Do you understand how that affects people's well-being and their sense of self and their sense of self-esteem? I don't know. But I'm doing this not to get at you, Tay's back. Really, I'm not doing this to get at you. I'm doing this because I need to share a much bigger message with the world now. And this message is, hey, look, we are all human beings. We are all here on a journey, okay? We need to respect one another. And I'm not disrespecting you by coming onto your platform and criticizing you for fucking saying, oh, you don't have any content. You don't have any content. No, but you come at me. Yeah, good. And next time, let that be a lesson. I don't know if you're a little boy, I don't know if you're a little girl, but don't ever do that again to anyone's channel. Don't you ever do that again to anyone's channel. I'm a 37-year-old human being. 37 years old. I've been through a lot of shit in my life, and I will not tolerate disrespect from anyone. And I'm gonna keep doing this. I'm gonna keep doing this. So look, you asked me, what the fuck am I doing? I'm telling you, I'm EFT tapping. Do you know what that is? It's an emotional regulation technique. Do you know why? Because I had PTSI-like symptoms over the last 6 months because we said no to a non-life-saving surgery. Our daughter was taken away from us. We were accused of being negligent parents, all because we said no to a non-life-saving surgery. And I'm going to put myself on blast too. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to put myself on blast. I'm going to tell my story. I'm going to say all the shit that I have to say because this is the fucking bullshit of the world. This is all the shit that we all go through. We are all going through the experiences of life, and we're not immune to it. And we need to be kinder to one another. We need to be much kinder to one another. Much kinder. So for you exposing propaganda, Tay's is back, whatever the fuck your name is, for you to be doing that is very disrespectful. Don't ever on anyone's channel ever again do that. We do not need trolls in this world. We do not need people that are fucking criticizing other people. People are going through some shit. We need to be kinder to everyone. Everyone. Got a whole bunch of fucking Jeffrey Epstein child pedophilia bullshit going on. Fucking a whole slave system exposing at this time. No. This is not how it's going to go. This is really not how it's going to go. So again, getting back to what I was doing, this is my emotional regulation technique. This is how I show up every single day. I wake up at 4 every single day. I did not want to wake up this morning. I did not want to go check these comments because, I knew that I would have comments from fucking peanuts, people that don't even post on their own fucking accounts. And yet they're going on to other people with their little fucking keyboards saying whatever the fuck they want to do, like it's okay. You do not know what someone goes through. You do not know someone's journey in life. Respect for all life is what we need at this time. Respect for all of life. And I'm here to share a message that, yes, we went through the Great Awakening in 2018-19. Now we're in the era of the great era of transformation and healing the higher consciousness. And I do apologize. Tay's is back. I don't know what your name is. Truly, if you tell me your first name, okay, you left. Whatever. Fuck it. Whatever. The nerve of some people, man. Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to fucking sit around and be fucking intimidated by some fucking nobody. Who is anybody? Really? Really? Jesus Christ. What the fuck are you doing? Who the fuck comes onto someone's live stream like that? And I will never tolerate that disrespect. And you shouldn't either. You shouldn't either. For whoever's here, welcome. I apologize. Please do yourself a favor and never be fucking ashamed of being who you are. Never be ashamed of showing your face. Never be ashamed of creating content. Never be ashamed of putting yourself out there. Fuck that. Fuck that. Ask me what the fuck am I doing? Are you a fucking child? 37 years old. 37-year-old man. The fuck out of here with that bullshit. I'm doing this to get right with myself. I have PTSD-like symptoms. I miss my daughter every fucking day. I miss my daughter every day. Every day I miss her. I miss her every day, and I have to get myself better. And these last 24 hours, they've been very tough. They've been incredibly tough. You know, I've been live streaming on YouTube to nobody, which is good. But it's when I get these comments from these people that it just irks me. It just fucking irks me because, like, hey, look, you have no idea who I am, what I've been through. You've got no idea. You've got no idea. And I don't know what anyone's life journey is, you know, but I'm choosing to show up with compassion now. I'm choosing to show up with a sense of understanding, like, hey, you know, this is a human being. We're all going through our own things and people are trying. I choose to see the better in people. I choose to see the good in people. I choose to know that, hey, you know, people are doing their absolute best from where they are, and respect to everybody. Respect. None of this is easy. None of this is easy. You know? Yeah, sure. Could I be that person that, like, I drink alcohol and I smoke cigarettes and I smoke weed and I fucking beat my partner and all? Yeah, sure. But I'm not gonna be that person. I'm choosing to be peace. I'm choosing to be peace consciousness. I'm choosing to ascend to a higher level of consciousness as we go through this era of transformation and healing. Everything is getting exposed now. Everything is coming to the surface now. Everything. In the age of Aquarius, everything is coming to the surface now. Nothing can be hidden. Nothing. And I choose to address my shadow. Yeah, I don't know how long I'm going to last on TikTok. I do not know how long I'm going to last on TikTok. I just got a violation warning. So clearly I can't express myself on this platform. This is very, very obvious. Everything is being censored. Everything is being watched. Everything is being controlled. So clearly whatever I say is going to be used against me. And that's fine. That's fine. You know, like, I'm just trying to be me. I'm just trying to be real. I just got this fucking silly ass warning. Whatever. But, you know, hey, that's good, because then maybe it's a sign from God that, like, hey, maybe this is not my platform. Maybe this is not where I need to be. But I'm also not going to just create fucking content for this hamster wheel. No, I'm not. I'm going to share my truth. I'm going to share my message. And I'm going to let it be. I'm going to put myself out there. And I'm going to breathe. And this was a lot for my nervous system over these last couple of months. This was a whole lot. You know, the clock's changed. I didn't get much sleep. These last couple of months, it's been very hard to sleep. Having these PTSD-like symptoms, it's been very, very hard to sleep. It's been so hard. And I've been tapping, trying to be at peace with myself, trying to be at peace with life, surrendering and accepting what is, surrendering and accepting the experiences of life, surrendering and accepting these experiences, surrendering and accepting what is, surrendering and accepting what is. Even though I was scared of being seen and interacting with the world, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I was scared. Not because I'm scared of people's comments, because I'm scared of myself. I'm scared of how I react. I'm scared of this feeling inside of me. It's so heavy sometimes. It's so heavy sometimes. It's so heavy. And I want to be lighter. I want to be lighter. I want to be the fullest expression of light that I can be, you know? I don't want to be this person anymore. And I want to shift my identity now. And I realize that, yes, it's going to come down to my beliefs, my feelings, and my habits. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I mean, if you want to call psychedelics drugs, then fine. That's fine. Yeah, sure. But the reason why I do it is to change, is to rewire my subconscious mind, to address what I'm feeling inside, to clear myself of these traumatic experiences. Very traumatic. Very, very traumatic experiences. At least that's my perception of it, right? That's my perception. That's how I've seen the world. And I don't want to see that way. I don't want to see things that way anymore. I don't want to be defensive. I don't want to be, this person that's like hyper vigilant and, on the lookout. I don't want to be that. I choose to be the fullest expression of love that I can be. I feel like I have a long way to go though. But I know that for my kids, my beautiful kids, I miss them. I miss my daughter every day. And I got to show her a different way. I have to show my kids a different way. It's terrifying. It's terrifying to know that if you say no to a non-life-saving surgery here in this country, they're going to fucking take your kids away. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. I can't be here anymore. I don't feel safe. I don't feel supported as a parent. First-time parent. I don't. I do not. But that's also another belief too. And I'm aware of these beliefs. I'm aware of these beliefs. I'm aware of these feelings. I'm aware of all of this stuff. I'm aware of everything that I'm doing, and I'm saying it's not comfortable. It's not easy to put it out there, but I'm showing up from a place of love and a sincere desire to change. God, forgive me. God, please forgive me for my responses earlier to that person. I don't have time for stupidity, God. I apologize. I just do not have patience for stupidity. I do not. Yes, I'm going to post the clip. Yes, I am. I'm going to post these clips. And I'm going to do this from a place of great love in my heart. I'm going to post these things because, hey, this is not okay. This is not okay. How we talk to one another, how we talk to ourselves. It's not okay how I've been talking to myself. I've been so hard on myself. I've been so critical. I've been putting myself down, not being a better father, not being a better provider. All these things. Not being a better person, a partner. choosing to make a change. I'm choosing to make a change in my life. I'm choosing to show up and serve God with all my heart. Serve Jesus. I'm sorry, Jesus. I'm sorry I could not be as peaceful as you. I'm sorry, Jesus. Jesus, please forgive me. Please forgive me for not being stronger. Jesus, I want to be better. God, I want to be better. I want to be a better person. I want to feel happy. These emotions. I feel terrible for how I, responded to that kid. I feel terrible about that. Oh, Jesus, please forgive me. Please forgive me, Jesus. Could have been a better person. Could always be a better person. Could always be a better human being. Could always be way better. Could always be kinder. I could always be more loving. I could always be more at peace. Could always be more at peace. Could always be more at peace. And I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, God. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, God. Please forgive me, God. Please forgive me, God. I have the prompter up, and there's a question that says, what is one thing I want my daughter to learn from my life? One part of me says to not be like me. Just don't be like me. Don't be like me. If there was one message I could share to my daughter is don't be like me. Don't be like me. Don't be this pretending to be something that you're not. Just be your honest self. Just be your honest to God self. That's what I would say. Be your honest to God self. Breathe in and love yourself. Show up every single day from the best possible state that you can. Be happy. Be joyful. Spread a lot of joy. Spread as much joy as you can. Spreading as much joy as humanly possible. As much joy as humanly possible. I have to spread as much joy as humanly possible. Choosing to be at peace. I choose to forgive myself for my mistakes. I choose to be a better man, a better father, a better human being. I choose to be more compassionate and kind. Yes, I have a short fuse for a lot of people, and a lot of silliness, a lot of stupidity. I have such a short fuse. But you know what? I choose to be at peace. I choose to be at peace with the world. I choose to be at peace with myself. I choose to be kinder. I choose to show up from a good inner state. Have love in my heart. Have a lot of love in my heart. Tapping as much as I need to. Tapping out all of this anger. Tapping out all of this anger. This anger, like, it gets me angry. Yes, it gets me angry. It gets me angry. I'm just going to admit it. It gets me angry. It's not that I'm scared necessarily. It's just like I'm scared of my reaction. I'm scared of how I feel sometimes. That's what I'm scared of. I'll be honest. I could give a shit less about what people say about me. Whatever. They don't know me. A lot of people will never know me. But what I'm scared of is there's the anger inside. It's the feeling inside, you know? It doesn't feel good on my heart. And I don't want to feel that way. You know, I don't want to live my life feeling like this anger monster. You know, I ordered a puppet. It's going to be the anger monster. It's going to be my form of therapy. Mother Mary, please forgive me. Please forgive me, Mother Mary. Please forgive me, God. Please forgive me, life. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I apologize. I apologize. This is not easy. I apologize. Please forgive me. I love you, and I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you, and I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you, and I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you, and I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you, and I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you, and I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you, and I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you, and I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. Thank you, God. All right. If you never see me again, God bless you. Have a nice life. Yes. I'm not gonna tolerate disrespect from anybody, you know? I just don't. I just don't. It's not worth it. Hmm. I understand. I think it's very important. It is. And that's why we must test. No, that's debatable. No, this is good though. You just have to be in the feedback phase. What are you, 5? Okay. I'm sorry, God. Please forgive me for the things I cannot change. All right. I gotta get to work here. Let's go to the practice. All right. Okay. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Eighth Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, Great White Brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness who love and support us unconditionally. Call on Master Ganesha, the remover of obstacles, to remove all anger from my nervous system now. Please remove all the anger from my nervous system. Thank you. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. 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 Om Gam Ganapataye Namaho Namaha. Yep. I'll take it down.
Most people don't get the things they want out of life for this very reason.
This is what I'm feeling today. Okay. All right. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, Great White Brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness who love and support us unconditionally. My intention for the Shanti mantra is to just anchor in peace. I really want to be at peace here, God. I want to be at peace, and I want to get back to trading if I can, please, God. I would very much rather just be in the background. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu. Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. All right. God, please forgive me. I will delete the videos of me attacking that kid or whoever that was. We have to be kinder. what's going through my head are, yeah, I don't know if I have what it takes to be a content creator and interact with people. Like I don't know. I don't know if at this stage in my life I have what it takes, because I don't know if I have the patience to interact with people and to put on smiles and to put on faces. I don't know if I have that in me. And then reading comments and responding to comments and all that shit. Like, you really would have to want that. You'd have to really, really want to do that. And I don't know if I have that in me. And I don't know if I have that desire. I gotta be honest with myself. All right, gotta work out. Okay. All right. So, what I'm aware of over these last couple of hours here with how I'm feeling is okay. I'm noticing a lot of doubts, a lot of thoughts in my head. I'm becoming acutely aware of like the voices in my head. And how I feel. And I know that this needs to change. And I'm going to make a change. Yep. Break. let's get this. Take two. You gotta put up your slider, okay? You wanna on your, there you go. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Right. Ah. Can you slide the monitor back from the base? So it's not in your. Okay. We're gonna get this going for you. And I think we are live.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm going to start leading.
Good.
And I want to share with you the main points that I want to focus on with where I'm going / where we are going. This depends on whether or not you are in alignment or not.
Okay. Let me just pull up the chat. And that's great that you said that. That's great. Yeah, because like I told you, this is your show. And I want you to, do your show. Okay. right. So if you get any comments, you can respond to them there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So first of all, I am going to start this live stream with a little meditation and a little grounding practice so that we can start in a good energy, in a coherent energy. Would you join me?
Of course, yeah, for sure.
Okay, let's just close our eyes. And the reason why I do this is because it's very important that whenever we take action or we do anything, that we have the right foundation. And the right foundation for me means to be in a good inner state, to be clear in my mind, to be free in my heart, and to be really anchored in my body so that everything just is in alignment.
Yeah.
Because if we're scattered, we're not focused, we feel off, the actions are not gonna bear fruits in a way that we intend. So let's just close our eyes and focus on our breaths and really taking deep breaths into the lowest part of your belly and breathing in through the nose. Exhaling through the mouth. And repeat that a few times. Really deep breaths in to your belly and long breaths out through the mouth. You can increase these benefits by putting a smile on your face. Signaling the body that it's okay to be relaxed. Signaling the body that what we are doing is relaxed. It can be relaxed, and I choose for it to be relaxed. And I choose for it to be balanced, and I choose for it to be coherent. And while it's important to use our minds, it's even more important that we use the fullness of our body's intelligence and that we use the earthly connection and the divine connection, which we're going to do now, so that we can access the full spectrum of our presence and the full spectrum of the intelligence available to us, and to not be just limited to the mind only. So just visualize your roots of your body, the roots of your presence, the light roots digging into the floor underneath you and digging and digging and digging further and further, deeper and deeper down into the core of the earth, making its way into the core of the earth and growing strong, rooted, grounded roots from our body, connecting with the earth and wrapping around the heart of the earth for support, balance, and coherence. While we deeply breathe in and out. And just visualize your roots being wrapped around the heart of a light of the earth, so that we are fully supported by the earth. And now just visualize that light of the earth is traveling upwards with every inhale. And it's traveling into your body and lightening up your body, grounding, rooting, strengthening your field, your body, fully arriving in this here and now, on this planet, on this earth, fully in your body, stabilizing every cell in your body. And breathing that light of the earth all the way up into our heart. And when we exhale, we now breathe that up through our crown into the cosmos, into the great sun. Just visualize a sun in the universe, in the cosmos, and the light from your body, from your crown, is shooting up into the great sun, connecting with the great sun while being connected with the earth's center. And breathing in the light from both the heavens and the earth into your body and collecting it into your heart. And when you collect it into your heart, when you exhale, you breathe out that light like a cross in all directions of your field, in all directions of your body, nourishing every cell and every direction, north, east, south, and west of your body, stabilizing and grounding you in your highest self. We're going to breathe in the light of the earth and the light of the great sun a few more times. We're collecting it in the heart and shooting it out into our field, expanding our vessel. And what I like to do after this is to finish and seal it all up. I like to do this mudra, and I just say, I am here. I am here. I am here. And then we can close, then we can open our eyes again. Okay. So I was sitting with the intention for clarity, and I'm going to share with you all the points of clarity that came through.
And just so we're clear, what I'm doing right now is we had a different working procedure, and I'm going to update it with what you are doing. So while you go through your thing, I'm going to make the updates over here, and then I'm going to reprint that out.
Okay, thank you. As long as that works for you too.
Like I told you, you're supposed to be the star of the show.
Okay.
This is your show. I told you I'm only a starter. I'm only here to help you start. And I told you as well, with where I am at this stage in my life, it's better that I do the best that I can to be in the background.
Okay.
The best that I can. So please go for it.
So these are the points of clarity that came through. Start building your offerings. Build your purpose hot seat. You can offer a free month trial. Focus on sharing the offer with your audience that you already have on the website and on social. They can also sign up for a wait list until the offering is ready for launch. Get clarity what your dream buyer wants from us. And this is the refined clarity that came through last night. Our offerings for life purpose and the personal brand, at least my personal brand. 2 offers. The first offer is a weekly 30 to 40 minutes live call for Diksha and light language blessings to activate and bless people's highest timeline, purpose, and soul's work. The first half of the call is intended for people to just receive the blessings, which I'm going to transmit and give. And the second half of the call is free sharing, and I'm just going to allow them to share about their experience. The payment of this offer is either on a monthly basis, where the minimum amount is $30. And if people want to give more, they can choose a higher amount of their liking. The other payment option is they can also pay on a 6-month basis, where the minimum amount is $150, or they can enter a high amount of their liking. The second offer then is the signature Build Your Purpose Hot Seat community. It's going to be for 9 months or for 12 months. I'm not fully specific on the price yet, but that will come. The numbers for the price that came through was $3,333 or $4,444 for a 9 months or 12 months container with payment plans available. And the second offer is going to provide an in-depth focus on people's purpose and getting specific with them and helping them to build their new earth soul-aligned work, purpose, and mission. Now, the only question is the second offer of the hot seat going to be a closed container, or is it going to be an open container where people can come in and join anytime as new members? Or are we going to focus on one dedicated group only and work with an application process? And I can also start with creating a free day, free event to start with, which would be 3 times 30 to 40 minutes live Diksha and light language for blessings, for people's purpose and activating their purpose. And then I give people the option to go deeper with us with our monthly 2 offerings, which I just described. And this is in service to the divine, to Mother Earth, and to the ascension of humanity. This came through today to focus on that. And this is where I'm at right now.
Do you need me to respond with anything.
If you have anything.
I think I think that can work. I just think you would need to consider your ability to actually deliver on your promise.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that is this. So obviously, like we have been posting more content to social media now, even though that's something that I'm still grappling with and how I feel about it and the reactions I'm noticing within myself. But that's a whole different topic. I'm noticing for you specifically, what you are posting is getting very positive feedback. And I do believe that there's something that you have there. And you just need to keep going with it. You just need to keep executing on what you're doing. When it comes to your offer, okay, what I would do is I would pick this apart, not in a negative way, not to tear it down. No. What I would do is I would pick it apart in terms of logistics, because while it sounds good on paper, to actually execute it would be one other thing. Whether it's a $3,000 or $1,000, $4,000, that does not matter. What you need to ask yourself is, can you deliver on your promise?
Yes.
Okay. That's the main thing, because I think that regardless of whatever the price is, that doesn't matter. If you can provide an actual solution to someone's problem, they will pay you whatever it is. That doesn't matter. And if you're going to be doing a container like that, you would want to do it at scale regardless. So that's fine. The other thing is with your Diksha and light language blessings, I think that is perfect for the type of person that you are. And there's no but to that. And that, I think, is something that you could deliver. You just have to ask yourself and just be really honest with yourself here in terms of delivering that as a service, one to many. And again, I think that's the right approach, is never to go one to one, unless it's a very high ticket, high premium thing, which then you're going to sacrifice your time for. So going one to many is great. And you're just focusing on one specific thing. I think that's great. Just keep in mind of your ability to deliver on that offer. So if, let's say, logistically, you're gonna do the offer from your personal brand, and then you're gonna do the offer from Life Purpose, that's two offers. Who's gonna deliver that? If that's gonna be you delivering that, you have to make sure that you're able to, number one, figure out the funnel and get the funnel going. And then number two is you'd have to be able to realistically then show up to deliver both offers. And that's why I personally would not, I would always focus on just one offer, right? Because in the beginning stages, like if you're, I know that your intention, our intention in mind is to build an online business from the beginning and to build a personal brand. And I understand that. So having said that, a majority of your time would be going towards that. It would be going towards creating content and then distributing that content to these social platforms. So I understand that too. And with the time that you do have to be a human being, to be a mother, to take care of yourself and etc., you'd have to ask yourself if you can deliver on those offers. Now, I understand there's a difference between like 30 minutes every week and saying 30 minutes every day. There's a huge difference. So it's good that you're already thinking, okay, I can deliver this responsibly, reliably once a week. That's good. Just make sure that if you're going to deliver both offers, that you cap it specifically at that. And you consider as to whether or not you should just really just focus in even on one offer. Because again, if let's say you have lifepurpose.com and you do the hot seat idea, which is a great idea. If you're going to have it on the same day, is that going to be too much for you to fulfill that offer?
It wouldn't be on the same day.
Right. So one would have to be like a Saturday, one would have to be a Sunday. So then there's that. And then there is creating content. And from what I'm seeing, I already experimented yesterday, and good thing that I'm basically being the guinea pig, and good thing that you actually did not post or try to post that 100 pieces of content in a day to TikTok only, because my account, I guess, may have been flagged as spam or something like this, but the content, I had done like the EFT video at 30 minutes and I had clipped that with Opus Clip, which now just proves to me that Opus Clip, no offense, is a waste of money, because to generate that many clips, thinking that you can distribute 100 pieces of content a day and that the algorithm is going to, or the platform is going to allow that, is not the case. So I don't know exactly what Gary Vaynerchuk is talking about. I don't know if that's a lie. I don't know if you have to warm up the thing, the account. I don't know.
Maybe he's referring to multiple platforms.
Yeah, and that's another thing too. But even still, if you're saying, okay, I'm posting 400 pieces of content a day or 100 pieces of content a day, are you saying that that's on each platform, or are you saying that's across all the platforms altogether, like 100 pieces of content total? That's a different story, right? Either which way, what I'm seeing and what I'm thinking is I'm going to try it again, but this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one piece of content every 2 hours as opposed to one piece of content every 15 minutes. And I already stopped at 15 because when I was doing the uploading and I was doing the scheduling yesterday, Opus gave me a message saying you're approaching like spam territory if you post 15 or more posts. Mm-hmm. And then I checked YouTube, and then again, same thing. Like the first couple of videos got the reach, like over 1,000 views. But then the remaining videos that I had posted, they had like single digit numbers. So like TikTok, I posted these clips and the platform flagged it as spam, I think. And I went from having like 200 to 300 views per clip to then by the time I got to the fifth or sixth one, it was like 1 view per clip, which tells me that it has nothing to do with not finding the audience for it. It is that it was triggered as spam of some sort. Okay. And therefore that means that my idea of just live streaming on TikTok, clipping that content, and then distributing that at scale, 100 pieces per platform, that's going to have to go out the window. And what I'm thinking is instead dedicate an arts and crafts day, where on a Saturday I create the content and then I edit the content and then I schedule it to go out throughout the week.
That sounds way more relaxing.
I think that's going to be, because I'm not a content creator. I don't see myself as that. I see myself as an investor. And for me, doing all this stuff, it feels very silly. But maybe it's just me, my era, my generation. I don't know. So having said that, getting back to you with the thing.
Just one question. Is your TikTok account still going? Are you able to still post?
It looks like I still have a TikTok account, yeah.
Okay.
But as you can see here, I had... Okay, so these 1, 2, 3, 4. These 4 videos got between 200 and 300 views. All right, so let me show this to... These videos right here on the TikTok got between 200 to 300 views. I don't know if you can all see that.
Yeah.
And by the time it got to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, by the time it got to the 5th video, as you can see, a huge drop.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you can see right here, it got a huge drop. So this video right here with the AI stuff, with the cover thumbnail, it got 260 something views. As you can see that right there. Okay. And the bottom right. And then after that, I got like started getting like single digit views. And then this morning, I had scheduled a post last night. I wasted my precious time to edit a video, which you can see right over here. Okay, me with my face, and it got 0 views. And then this morning, the EFT live stream replay got 0 views. So as you can see right here.
Okay, why is that? They're not distributing it?
They're not distributing it.
Because it was marked as spam or what?
Very likely. So
because you had posted too many, is that what they said?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's okay. So I'm bringing that up because, as I told you earlier in the week, you had posted a video on light language, and it did very well. It was an outlier. It over-indexed, according to what Gary Vaynerchuk says. Right, that piece of content over-indexed, and if let's say you were averaging like 200 views, and then you get an 800 view, and then you're getting likes, comments, and followers off of that, that is a clear signal, go more in that direction. And for me, that's like a no-brainer, right? So I post the stuff about EFT and me recovering from like PTSI like symptoms and etc. And I wake up this morning, I go to YouTube and I get criticism comments. So what this is showing me here is, number one, is whatever is the niche that you're in, you want to research and figure that out and really double down on that one, because your content is getting people that may be more aligned to you. And when it comes to your offer, and this is why I'm bringing all this up. So when it comes to your offer for the light language stuff and the weekly meetups for the Diksha or whatever, that looks like it's appropriate in the direction to go in, right? Now, you have to ask yourself for the life purpose stuff when it comes to that community. Are you able to back up what you're saying your offer is and the price that you're going to pay for it? Are you able to back that up? And I don't know if at this stage you are able to. And the only reason why I say this, and I say this very neutrally, I say this with a lot of like care and like I want to see you win regardless, is the following. You have to determine your cohorts. Who are you, like at what stage of someone are you supporting them with their purpose? I don't think it would be something like where you're helping out a high level person that is already like doing it or something, and then they're making money at it on their own, not with an employee or anything, like as an employee or whatever. They're doing it on their own. I don't think that you're at that stage yet. I don't think you're at that stage just yet where you can say, I can help you make X, Y, and Z amount of money and da-da-da. I don't think that's your offer. I think your offer could be, like we had talked about, hearing people's purpose, hearing people's pitch, helping them come up with statements, helping them test that in the market, and having some sort of like an accountability thing. I think that's the best thing. So it's like all in one as a community thing where, people come together like once a week or whatever. You have this hot seat where people present their offer, sort of like a TED Talk, and then they take questions, and we have like a 12 to 15 minute segment where people present their thing, what their statement is or whatever. And then not necessarily that we critique it, but we pull as an audience, like what we think about it, so that people have like actual like live feedback. Cause like think about how difficult it is, or it can be, to get feedback from people. Like if you're actually saying, hey, I'm doing this research survey or whatever, a lot of people are willing to do that stuff, right? So you have to really be like aggressively reaching out to people. And if you're going to go the social media route, just like what happened with me, by posting to get feedback as rapidly as possible, then you get the spam thing, right? Or otherwise they shut down your account. So that leaves you with this group where I think the opportunity is, with the group, you can say, okay, we have this accountability group. We're a community of people. We're all going through the same thing. And here's what we can offer you. This space where you can talk about your purpose. What are you interested in? And we can guide you with a system, but you have to work and execute that system. We can't make any guarantees, but here's what we have been doing. Mm. And I think that's also still valuable too, because, some people just want to work with someone that's like a step ahead of them. Mm. So that's fine. You just have to get very clear on your cohort, okay? And what I noticed with your personal brand content is, you speak very well. You speak very, very well. You have a very calm way of speaking, which is wonderful. I think that's very good for a lot of people whose nervous system is fried and they're overstimulated with a whole bunch of, high-paced content. So I think that's really good. And I would just say, regardless of what your offer is, you got to think about where you want to drive them to, and if you're willing to do all that work to create that content. Because what I'm seeing here is, if you're going to create content for your personal brand, then you've also got to think about creating content for life purpose as a business. And we're still in the stage of trying to navigate these AI tools. We're still in the stage of navigating, okay, well, how do we share this message and what's going to resonate and what's going to stick? That takes time. It's a trial and error thing, and it takes experiments. It takes a lot of experimentation. And until you get the format right as to how you want to express what you're trying to say, it can be a tedious process. So I would just keep that in mind, I think. But then again, like, hey, what do I know, right? What do I know? I've only made a significant amount of mistakes doing all this stuff over the years. So I'd say, take my advice with a grain of salt. Do what you feel is right anyway. Probably ignore a lot of it. I'm just sharing with you what I've been observing, what I've been doing, and the feedback that I've been getting with this. So if you have your personal brand, creating content for that personal brand is one thing. Then if you've got life purpose, creating content specific to life purpose is another thing, because ultimately what you're trying to do is, if you have two offers, they're to two very different things. Okay? They are to two very different things. And I think we have to really understand that. So the more offers, you have to sometimes like put it in its own lane. That's the best way I can say that. So the light language with the Diksha, brilliant. That's one offer. That's one audience type.
It's still intended for purpose, specifically.
So then what I would suggest is that you really figure out how you're going to tailor and weave that message, because in another video, you're talking about like sexual attraction and how sexual attraction between partners can fade over time. There's that initial fire, which is a great piece of content, by the way. Like, it's very well said. Very, very well said. I don't have any criticism on that, The only thing that I would say is that if that's supposed to be a piece of content that leads to purpose, then I didn't get it. I did not understand how that led to purpose.
That's why it is on the personal brand and it's not linked to life purpose. That's why I have the TikTok account, which is on Hema Allman, where a majority of my messages may be about purpose, but some are not.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the offer that came through here, both of these offers, they are specifically tailored to purpose. And, you know, as you know about Diksha and also light language, they work with intentions. And the intention for this specific offer would be weekly live calls to really have people get activated and be blessed specifically for their soul's dharma, for their soul's purpose, and their highest timeline. And I would make that very, very clear. And I can see definitely that I can offer this through lifepurpose.com and my personal account. Because this would be something I could start now. Versus the hot seat may be something that evolves from there.
Okay. So what I would say is both things you can start always now. You can always start up a circle group. Okay. You can easily get a landing page and then you figure that out. However, what I would say is before you and let's not overthink it. Let's keep it really simple because it can be incredibly simple, right? You have the light language blessings for people's purpose. Okay, great. Perfect. If you're going to do that, you would want to, I think, again, don't take my word for it. I would imagine that you would want to have the personal brand drive traffic to the company. Like we were reading with the Gary Vaynerchuk book, right? Like he talked about the post where there was like a LinkedIn post and they had like 250,000 followers or something like this. And they posted, hey, come to this webinar, but they did it as a business. And because they did it as a business, they basically got like only 11 reactions or 11 people that engaged with it versus if they had the actual person, the CEO actually, say, hey, we're having this webinar, come to this thing. And it's an actual person. It may have been received a lot differently. And that is, again, the same thing that's going on with, I would imagine that's what was working with that group of women that you were talking about from your group, the Holy Fire Sisters group, where they're like micro influencers. They have small followings, which on its own could be very challenging, but when you come together as a whole group, as a tribe, and then you push all towards one thing, it becomes a very powerful outcome. It becomes a very powerful event, especially when you have a loyal fan base, a loyal following, right? So
this also reminds me to Lisa Nichols. She has her brand, people know her for Lisa Nichols, but she has a company motivating the masses, which is basically focused on teenagers and children. But she runs her own offerings, doing speaking engagement with grown-ups, which is very different to the actual brand motivating the masses.
Yes. And I think it is incredibly, especially now. So now the landscape, as I keep researching more stuff about AI and, listening to other people's, like what direction they're pivoting in now. And as I'm looking at this and I'm understanding this, it does make sense. It does make sense that you ultimately want to show your face and you want to build a personal brand because that can evolve with you over the years. That is true. And you must create content that you own in some capacity. So that's, again, the importance of having a blog. I believe that that is very true. And when you create on social media and YouTube or anything that is not your platform, you are on rented land. I know that for sure. Yes. So we always want to drive traffic regardless to our email list. I understand that. So that's a funnel already. So step one, create the content, figure out what works, get people to a link, get people to something where you can get their email, and then get them into whatever the offer is. So I understand that. The direction of the AI is that doing just courses where you can just show up, where you don't have to show your face, I think that time is it's very near its end, because AI can give you information in a second. Not in a second, but in seconds, AI can give you information. Probably like 5 minutes tops. You can get a whole bunch of information gathered from multiple websites. So that's not going to be anything that's like sellable, I think, in the future. I think information is not really going to be a sellable thing. I think it's just going to be, you have information that's distributed to you for free. I think the thing is having that community aspect of it, whether it's online or in person. And then, of course, the experiential stuff that we have talked about. And that's where I sent you the message about Gary Vaynerchuk, and he's talking about the importance of like having in-person groups or in-person events or something like this. That's going to be, going back to analog, especially as AI, can do pretty much, can outproduce a human. There's no competing with that, right? So the business model is going to change. How you do business is going to change. So therefore, your personal brand for sure is going to be an asset in the future when you understand how to easily let go of an idea or let go of a business, sell it, deprecate it, whatever, and then move on to the next thing. I think that's going to be super important. So getting back to this is with your content stuff. We're still in the stage of content. Like, how do we create content that is going to resonate with the right audience? And it seems like the content that you have created so far is resonating with a very specific audience. And you just have to ask yourself if what you're posting is congruent with who you want to attract. Because again, you still have not done the cohort.
I did. I sent it out on Signal a while ago. It should be a pinned message.
So can you tell me off the top of your head who your cohort is?
It's no more pinned.
There should be in the future, there should be a database where you have a list of your different cohorts. And that's what I'm working on with the system stuff.
There it is. I just typed it into the search bar. And I'm gonna pin it right now for 7 days.
Yep.
So,
but I think that's only going to be exactly 7 days. I think you're better off just copying that to me again and then pasting it, so that way we can put that in the database.
yeah, I know you have these databases.
But does that make sense what I'm trying to say here about the importance of knowing like who you're creating content for first, and then create the content for that specific person?
Yeah, that's why it was most important that I get clarity on a specific offering.
Yes.
And that's what I have. That's what came through.
There was a video from that.
Sorry, I want to answer your question before we move on. Mm-hmm. So define the age group of the people that you want ideally to reach with life purpose and also your message. And it's 10 to 30-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
Then define 1 to 3 cohorts. First cohort, New Earth children and teenagers with spiritual gifts and powers. The second cohort, New Earth leaders and builders, people who came to Earth to build and co-create a new Earth. And the third cohort, people letting go of their old jobs and want to pursue their soul's purpose and work, specifically now with AI.
Okay, good. So that's the offer.
Can we work with that?
That's the cohort. Those are the cohorts. Those are several different cohorts for life purpose, not for your personal brand, though. You understand?
I would still say this is applicable for my personal brand. At least 1 or 2 of the cohorts.
That's fine. You, again, remember, just take what I'm saying with a grain of salt here. From what I've learned and what I'm hearing from you. And again, this is where I'm an outsider, right? Like, I'm not in your head. I'm just an outsider observing what you're doing, and I get it. I understand it. I'm just saying that, let's say if you are thinking about having an offer to do light language blessings, which I think is fantastic. I think that you would do incredibly well at it. If I'm looking at your content and I'm hearing light language blessings for a purpose, I may not be able to connect the dots logistically as just someone that never knew you. As someone that was only seeing your content for the very first time, I would not connect the dots. If I hear you going, I don't know how you do the light language stuff. Like, I don't, that's not my thing. So if I hear you doing that, I'm not going to connect the dots that you're going to be able to help me, a 37-year-old man or whatever, leave my job to build a personal brand or to build a business because I'm concerned about the AI revolution that's happening right now. Mm-hmm. Like, I wouldn't connect that dot and I would completely just skip you.
Right.
You understand?
And that's where the importance of the feminine and the masculine comes together. And what I see is that what I'm seeing here, the first offer, which is the blessings to activate people's purpose, and it's very feminine. There is, like, you can't really intellectualize it. But then you also have the masculine, and that would be more the hot seat community, where it's the way I see it, it's way more with, including the masculine energy of logic, of structure, of analytical things, and actually having the mental body understand things, versus the light language and the Diksha. It's very spiritual, it's very metaphysical, but it speaks to your soul, and that's why people resonate with it. They're like, in the comments, they're saying, oh, like, I remember this language, like, I remember what you're saying, but it goes beyond the mind. And that's why the mental body is like, what is this? It doesn't make sense. But the light language, it's like the language, it's a coded energy for your heart and for your soul.
Can you push your thing down? So if you rotate it vertically like this, like, you see your muff? Your muff is up. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
And
maybe it's an OCD thing. I don't know.
I mean, of course, I would, whether it's a landing page or where people can get more details about the light language and Diksha offering, of course, I would, for their mental bodies to understand, okay, what is Diksha and what is light language, so that even newbies can understand more about it.
I would also be a bit careful about that. I don't know if there's like any copyright or IP around that stuff, To Diksha?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
So I
would most likely reach out to ACOM and see.
I mean, you
but
did,
I know
you did the certification though.
Yeah,
right?
I
For
know the
Diksha
Diksha giver. I know, and I also am aware that in Austria, because I'm on the WhatsApp channels of ACOM, there are people in Austria who host like 2-3 days events with Diksha for money.
Oh, okay. Well then, oh, that's right. Yeah. And then we had that the lady that came here to do that. Yeah.
And I think she has some free stuff, but she also includes it like with paid things as well.
Okay. Yeah. So,
but I would most likely reach out and confirm with the ecom community if that is okay.
Yeah.
So there is this offering which is very much just about the feminine, and then the second offer which is way more structure and way more also including the mental body, which is the hot seat community.
May I share something with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's share this together.
I need a quick break.
Yep.
Do you want tea?
I have tea. Thank you, though. Let's take a little break. All right. And we're back. So if anyone is here on the live stream watching us, basically right now we are talking about, brand building and like all that stuff.
And there's just sorry, please go ahead.
We're talking about brand building and talking about how we're going to position ourselves so that we can, get ready for this whole AI revolution thing. And obviously, at some point, we're going to have to, I think, use AI in what we're doing. I think it's going to be unavoidable. So we got to prepare now for that.
And we got to prepare with our consciousness.
Yes, and we have to prepare it with our consciousness.
Because right now we are technologically very advanced on the planet, but in terms of consciousness and spirituality, we're lacking behind. At least that's what I observe. So we need to balance that out.
Second.
How are you doing this without a jacket? Why don't you wear a jacket?
I have an idea too. Whenever you come up here, bring the microphone because we can then create
Plus this tea. We're in the Alps. We're in the Alps of Austria. And it's the end of March and it's freezing. This home, it's really cold. It's not well insulated. And that's why I'm always with hot tea and my thick coats.
So what I would say from now on is you want to have this with you somehow. All right. So So what we're saying here with the content stuff is because we're in the era of the AI stuff, we have to get prepared for this. So I don't think there's any other choice. We have to figure out how to use AI with what we're doing, especially with the purpose stuff. I don't think there's any way to avoid that. And I think those that don't use AI and that are resisting it and that are afraid of it, it's gonna be a hard time for you. Same thing like with social media. The people that have resisted it versus the people that have just said, you know what, this is what it is. I'm gonna embrace it and actually like did it professionally. I think those are the ones that have done incredibly well, right? So don't be afraid of it. Learn how to use it to your advantage. When it comes to I don't even know if that's gonna work.
Would you...
Oh, there you go. That actually could work.
What if you have it here and it films you from here?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. From that angle, right? But then I have to press the record button.
I can do that. You just let me know whenever to press it. You want to try it?
Hold on a second. Let's go. Oh, there we go. There we go. Like literally behind the scenes.
Okay.
So I'm gonna mic you up with me. We're gonna mic up.
Mikey.
And I'm gonna give you this one. All right, just put that on your thing, your shirt. Make sure it's on. Okay. Check. All right, so now we have both microphones. Okay.
Oh, that's your phone. Probably. Never mind.
Okay. So So getting back to this.
Are we speaking in both microphones now?
Yeah, both microphones, but different sources.
Okay.
Let me record this. I'm going to record this thought here. All right. So right now we're doing our podcast for Life Purpose. And we're talking about how, regardless of where we are right now, regardless of our resistances or people's opinions about AI, I think that regardless is something that we have to embrace at some point, and we have to learn how to use it now. So the question to ask ourselves is, how are we going to use this now, and how are we going to get comfortable using this now, so that by the time that whole AI takeover happens, we are positioned in such a way where we're not so dependent on it, and we use it as a tool and not have it use us. And this is what we're now talking about. Hema's building her own personal brand. I'm building my own personal brand. And now we're talking about what is the offer and what is the core pain and need that we can solve, and what is the intersection of all of this where we can come together and create about this.
Is this YouTube or
TikTok.
okay? That was a live video or no? Right.
No, that's a recorded video.
Okay.
So I would encourage you to do this as well for your thing, where we can switch. And again, this is where we want to have our own little microphones like this, because we're recording from this. We're recording live stream, but then we can also be recording behind the scenes on the phone.
Okay.
And doing the TikTok.
So should I get my tripod?
Well, that's up to you. That's up to you and what you want to do. But this is what I'm gonna do. Okay. So again, that's up to you.
Okay.
I think you have your own format, so I think you're better off just sticking with this. Let me just write this idea.
Well, you can tag me.
Okay. So getting back to the point of all that.
Are we leaving these on?
Yeah, I'm going to leave mine on. You can put yours away if you want to, or you can, if you have a thought, you let me know and then
Okay, so this is linked to your phone right now.
yeah. You know what
Okay.
you can also do too is we can just leave it here. We can just leave it here. If you have an idea, something that you want to record, what we can do very easily is I just have the recorder up like this and I put the video up. And then you can record, we can record it. You can record what you're saying here. And then it's going to upload to Google Photos.
Okay.
And then you can download it from your phone. So
Okay.
that's an advantage right there. Okay. So we're just going to keep that up like that. And I think that'll be fine. So if you have a thought that you want to record to social, to your thing, if you want to do that, then we do that. And then you just download it from Google Photos. All right. Getting back to this.
Do you know where you stopped? Otherwise, I also have something that I want to bring in.
Yes. So what I was trying to share with you here was the following. If we look at the screen, okay, let's look at Notion. So I have already now outlined the entire operating system for our content creation stuff. So this is going to be equipped and capable of producing content at scale, many different formats, testing many different theories and ideas, and getting feedback as quickly as possible from the audience. And we've incorporated the Gary Vaynerchuk model as a layer 3 concept. So we have our cohorts, we have our platform and culture, we have our story types, we have our entire sequence for the strategic organic content. Okay, so we have here the SOC production hub. We have amplification. So we have our amplification where we're going to be doing ads, how we're going to run modern commercials, what's going to be our PCS strategy, and we're going to also track with our metrics. So we have this entire system now outlined, and I will be creating, updating the property schema, creating the agents, etc. Now, what I wanted to emphasize here is the following. It's the very first layer. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to just go and highlight and look at only the very first layer, which is 6 key databases. Okay. So for us, we're not going to be creating content on cars, right? I think fair enough to say we do not care about cars. Cars are useful for us to get from point A to point B. But how it works for us, I don't care. I don't know if you care about that. And I don't think that you're interested in like, what's the latest car, right? So the idea here is we want to start top funnel and then go down so that by the time we get to creating content, actually putting ourselves on camera, we have a very specific idea of what we're trying to do here. So every conversation, everything that we're saying, it's tying back into our offer ultimately, and ultimately what we're interested in. Because if we're not interested in talking about something, I think it's kind of wasted effort because we're not going to be so passionate or interested in about it. And we're not going to speak from heart and soul, which I think would be the differentiator between us and artificial intelligence.
And I already can see how this ties into the hot seat program.
This would be included in the offer.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, because this is really useful.
Mm-hmm.
And we can already guide people. It may be a specific group of people where we are a step ahead. We're like, hey, this is what we have. This is what we can give you. And I think this is more than enough.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's exactly right.
This is more than enough to get people started.
Yes, exactly. And what I think is very important is the following. Working on someone's, how they feel, very important. Working on their beliefs, very important. Working on the strategy. Strategy is incredibly important, right? So the strategy is this. It's having a system and working a system. So this is going to be like the brand. This is going to be one layer to it. And then there's also going to be the purpose layer, right? And that's a pretty big system if you think about it, and how you work that system. And this is where someone gets their interest from, and this is where someone gets their ideas. Now, importantly, this is why I'm bringing this up. This is why I'm showing this, okay? So I just need your ear for another minute, and then we can go to the rest of the show, is the following. As we move down this funnel, the way that it's going to work is as we move down the funnel, we have our about me, which are our interests. What are we interested in? What do we know how we can talk about? What do we like to talk about? Then we move on to what we want to be known for. So think about like keywords that you want to be known for in your specific niche or industry or whatever. That's what we want to think about, right? So what are the core keywords? And we've already written that down. But then from here, okay, I know that you mentioned the offer. The offer is still not, in terms of priority, in terms of order, we need to address what is the core need and pain of our audience. Okay, we need to understand what it is. Okay, and I've been doing this back and forth with ChatGPT over the last days, basically, for 4 hours every single day. And this is what we ultimately came down to understanding. Before we have any offer, we have to understand what is the core need. Why is it that they are consuming your content to begin with? What is it about what you're saying that is resonating with them? Okay?
Yeah, I have something to share about this.
What I can also do too is I can, yeah, hold on a second.
Gabriel and I, we are just creating our offering, and we're at the point of getting real clarity on what the core pain and the core need of our client is. And I want to hear from you. If you're attracted to our content on purpose.
Hold on. Sorry. That's not going to go on my thing.
Oh, okay. Then never mind.
No, that's good. If you're going to post that, that's going to go on your thing because that sounds very, like, I don't know. It doesn't sound right for what I'm trying to do here. I thought you were going to say something else. So if you want that, I'm going to post that for you.
Okay.
So I'm going to record that and you do it.
I'm in the process of getting more clarity on the core need of everyone who is following my content on purpose. And I want to know from you, what is your main pain point? And what is your need for your life's purpose right now? Are you already living your purpose? And if you can receive help, leadership, guidance, then what is it what you need right now for your soul's work and for your soul's purpose in the new earth paradigm? Let me know in the comments.
That's good. Okay. So getting back to this, the system and how we're working this is when it comes to the core need and pain. I don't know if someone's going to tell you just straight up off the bat. I don't know. But if you do, great. Now you know what is it that the person needs. Okay. We can make our own assumptions here. I don't know if someone's going to actually just tell you straight up, but let's see what happens. After you have the core need and the pain, you have to understand what it is, the benefit and the outcome for them of your offer. Okay. What can you offer them that is the outcome of that? Okay.
Wait, let me write this down. I'm probably going to get more clarity for the next week on this. Right?
Yeah. So regardless, your offer is here. Okay. Your offer is here. It's still, regardless, it still sits below and downstream of the core need. Okay. It still sits downstream of the core need. Let me actually reconfigure this.
Okay.
So what is that offer? What is that need? What do we need? What does the person need? What is their pain? What is it that they're going through? From there, you know what you can offer them, that you have actual expertise in, once you know that. So that's the layer 1. And this has to come before we ever get to layer 3, which is the execution side of it. So understanding the cohorts, understanding the pack, understanding the story types. These are all library references anyway, like how to create stories, titles, thumbnails, hooks, formats. And there are many different formats. Like this is a format in itself. How we just created the video, that's another format. That's a very different, unusual format. And then there's, what are the stuff that we're going to research, etc. So it all goes down from layer 1. So when you understand what are your interests, when you understand what are your keywords that you're trying to rank for and what you're trying to offer, by first understanding what is the core need of your audience, that's when you understand, okay, this is how I'm going to speak to that person. Now, again, the reason why I'm emphasizing that a lot is because how you're saying your message for your offer. Okay, remember, you're ultimately leading the live stream, right? How you're positioning your offer. Your offer should be always be in consideration of what you're talking about as you post your content. Okay? So when you asked me for my feedback like an hour ago, is great that you have those two offers. Just think about, are you going to realistically be able to produce content that is for both offers, like individually? Because I don't know, but maybe you repost it to the other account. I don't know how that's going to work, and I don't know if you're going to get flagged. But what I'm seeing is that by me posting the clips, that automatically got flagged by TikTok. So I don't know, So I would just share that and put that out there. And otherwise, I think you just have to now test it. You just have to put it out there, and you can do that very easily. You have a Zoom call, you have a Zoom link, you need a checkout page to a subscription. So that could be done through Ghost if you have it on lifepurpose.com. But just remember, if you do have it on lifepurpose.com, what's going to happen is that would be the main offer then on lifepurpose.com. So maybe you transition, maybe you just start off with this as like a level 1, and then you transition to level 2 in the future. But just think about this now, like either which way it's going to take work. Either which way you're trying to build to the next thing. And if, let's say, you have a whole bunch of people that are on this light language and blessings thing, which would be great. That's great. What happens if you decide to now pivot to the life purpose? Or what happens if, just think about those logistics, I would say, or maybe not, just ignore me. Just consider, though, what is going to be the best for you long-term, or what's going to be the best for the customer long-term. Because if it's ultimately going to come down to the customer, right? Like, what is the customer going to want?
Well, the way I have seen it was that the first offer, which is the weekly 30 to 40 minutes Diksha and light language blessings, is a container where people come and go on a monthly basis. It's pretty much little commitment for the people attending. And it's very open. It's very basic in a sense. And people can come for a month. People can come for 6 months. And the second offer is really for committed people. The Build Your Purpose Hot Seat community, people who are really sincere and committed in living their highest soul's work at the highest level possible, and however we can serve them with that in terms of the metaphysical side, the spiritual side, and the practical, tangible, physical side. And that's why my questions, which I still need to get clarity on, is the second offer going to be a closed container? Should we have a focus group where we go really deep with people versus having it be an open container where people, let's say if we do this, the hot seat container for 12 months and we are in month 4, can new people still come in after the 3rd month, 4th month, 5th month? Or are we just capping it and say, hey, we have an application process for the hot seat, apply now, and I'm actually going to review the applications to see if those people are actually aligned to the offering or not, and then have a closed container where we say, okay, we're going to have the Build Your Purpose community where we focus really in depth with 20, 30 people for a period of 9 months or a period of 6 months or 12 months. And we're not allowing new people to come in. However, we have the first offer, which is more basic, where people come and go as they want.
Do you want my opinion?
Yeah.
My opinion is always have a 12-month offer, no month to month on something like this, because you want commitment.
You talk about the second offer now.
Yeah, the
Okay.
purpose thing. So the offer that you're saying for $3,333 or $4,000, whatever, 1 year, first month free, see how they like it. No credit card, no obligation, no nothing. 1 month, 30 days. That's it. And they need to commit to 1 year. You do take applications, but you have some sort of a filter here to help people gauge and understand. Even like you have the text in the landing page or whatever, but at the same time too, you want to reduce friction. I think, and I think ultimately what you want is ongoing rolling admission where people can come in and they can test it out. Because if you say we're going to have a cohort and you say cohort A is going to be the cohort for this entire year. Well, what if you don't have enough signups?
Mm-hmm.
What if you don't have, what if you're just getting started and you don't have enough signups, and then the next thing you know, you've got interest for
maybe 2 months later.
2 months, exactly.
Right,
yeah. Versus saying, the doors are closing on June 1st, 2026, and you only get like 5 people. You know what I'm saying? And then by the time it's August and September, and like something happens with AI where people are like, okay, I cannot work a job anymore, whatever. I have to now take action. And now you have 150 people that are absolutely committed and interested. Like how is that going to work?
Yeah. I was just coming from like, maybe it's too early to talk about this, but how is it going to work when people come in new, and I have already, let's say we have already gone really deep with free people, and then newbies are coming in. Do we need to reintroduce them?
No. So here's what we would do. Okay, and this is I think why I paid $10,000 for that coaching program, that business coaching program I did 10 years ago.
What was that called?
I'm not going to bring up the name. I'm not going to give them free advertising. But basically,
Oh, I went through it.
yeah. So but we're going to adapt it to today because that is relevant for like Facebook ads, but not in terms of like real community building. So offer, 1 second. Okay, so let's think about this here. So we have this big, massive funnel. Okay. Big, massive funnel. And the idea here is we want, when people come through here, at this very specific spot,
That looks like a womb and a cervix.
they enroll. Yep, maybe. They enroll into the offer. Okay. So let's start top of funnel. So the idea here is top of funnel is your content. Okay. Or as Gary Vaynerchuk says, your strategic organic content. Moving down that funnel, people go to your page, they go to your landing page, okay? Okay. Maybe you have an email offer, okay? And then after this, well, this is actually where this would go. Then you actually propose the offer. Okay. From here, let's say it's week 1 and you have people, let's say you have 5 people. Okay. But then week 2, let's say you've got, I don't know, 100 people that are interested, just hypothetically, okay? What you do is the following. You don't cap admission. You never cap admission. What you do is...
What does that mean?
So capping admission is basically saying I'm closing the offer. Don't do that. I would not do that, okay? And what I learned from this course was... What we want to do is the following. Every single Monday, we want people to start from week 1. Okay? So every Monday, new cohort can come in.
So this is going to be a recorded way of community. Kind of.
So what this is we have a video course as a standard. Okay. We have a video course as a standard. Then we have like posts and community guidelines. Which give all the instructions, which you were kind of doing it before a couple of years ago. I don't know if you remember that with the Facebook group. So we have community guidelines and posts and basically giving them an instruction on how this works, right? So ideally, we want it to be in here in the video course so that way people know, okay, these are the instructions. We want a simple one-pager, like, hey, welcome to the community, da-da-da-da-da. We want to contain it all in one page. Make it as easy as possible with bullet points, right? Bullet point, bullet point, bullet point, bullet point. Okay. If someone subscribes on a Thursday, for example, hypothetically, they can come that Saturday or whenever it is, or whenever it is that you have the hot seat. Okay. They can come. Okay. They just have to make sure that they meet the requirements, which are number one, they filled out form for hot seat. Number two, fill in the blank. Fill in the blank. What are the requirements that you need for someone to come into the hot seat and actually benefit? They need a presentation or whatever,
So just a question here. So the way we had spoken about this before was the idea is that we have a community of people. Let's say there are 20 people in the paid community. However, the hot seat is weekly for one person only.
No. So the idea behind the hot seat, let's just confirm this so that we were on the same page here. So we have, let's say, a Zoom call, okay? And let's say hypothetically 300 people come to the Zoom call, okay? What we want from here is us, and then that's one person, okay? And they present, okay?
Yeah.
They present. So it's one-on-one, but we cap the hot seat time to 30 minutes, okay?
Okay, so there is one person out of 300 people for the hot seat.
Hypothetically.
For 30 minutes.
Hypothetically. And what we want to do is we want to do maybe 4 to 6 rounds, right? 4 to 6 rounds of
in
the
one
hot seat.
call.
In one call.
Oh.
At bulk. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
So then this is more like a mastermind.
However you want to see it. So it could be 300, it could be 3,000. It doesn't matter. It has to be scalable. Okay. So let's say if we have 20 people that want to do a hot seat. Okay. If we have 20 people that want to do a hot seat, well, then that's when you need to hire. Okay. That's when you need to hire.
You mean hire more who can replicate us?
Exactly.
To have more Zoom calls.
To have more breakout rooms and hot seats,
okay.
right? So let's say, because I know that, and that's a thing that Zoom has. We have like a breakout room, right? And the breakout room is when smaller groups come together. So out of 300 people, we have maybe groups of like 15 or something like this. All right, that's the thing you got to think about. Like, how is that going to actually work? And that's also where it's good to have a higher ticket offer, like 3 to 5K. Even for a year, that could be quite a bit of cash. But that's, again, a commitment thing, right? And some people may not come to that hot seat. Some people may not. And again, you could even say, hey, it's from 30 minutes to 15 minutes or to 20 minutes. By doing just a simple 20 minutes, instead of doing 2 people per hour, you're able to do 3. So you're able to go to three rounds, 3 hot seats in an hour. Okay, then that can be easily like 10 people that you do in the hot seat. And maybe not everyone wants to be in the hot seat. I don't know. Maybe all 300 people do. And if that's the case, what we need is like little breakout rooms. And this is where instead of it's being us 2 together, you have Gabriel in a breakout room. Okay, then you have Hema in a breakout room.
And what comes to me is that when people come to me in the breakout room, we focus more on the spiritual, energetic sides. And when they come to you, it's more on the strategic, mental side.
No, that's not how that would work.
Okay.
That's not how that would work at all. That's a completely different offer then. Because what we're saying the purpose of the breakout room is, or the purpose of the hot seat is, it's for them. It's for them to pitch their thing.
Oh, and we're just listening.
And we're listening, right?
To them individually.
Exactly. So that would not work.
Okay, so this would not be intended for us to like coach them.
No.
Okay.
No. You the way you do the coaching through your video course. Okay. You coach through the video course. Then they have to show up and they have to be ready to do their thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's the purpose of that. You don't want to speak on that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good.
Because that's what you were saying was a concern of yours before. You're saying your concern was, wait a second, what if I present this thing and I have to come to the calls and I have to talk for 3-4 hours? But that's not what we're saying. You're not here to prepare your own material for them to hear you speak again. That's the whole purpose of you producing the free content from the social media stuff.
Yeah.
The whole purpose of the hot seat is for them. It's about them. Okay. So it's very them centric.
Yeah.
Okay. They are presenting their offer. They are presenting what they want to do with their purpose. And we're just providing guidance. We're just providing guidance. Okay. Like, have you tried this? Have you thought about this? And then this is where we can have a whole group of people provide ideas as well. Like, what would be the thing? Like, like, hey, can you actually vote? Right. So we connect this, we create a link to a third party thing, to third party software. People can provide feedback to the presenter. They can provide the feedback to the presenter. Then the person can look at that data, create content on it, right? And then that's how that feeds into the brand operating system that we can give them, the brand operating system. And on top of this too, you know, if you want to make it really fancy pants, you can really take up the offer and then just say, hey, we're going to do minimum 5K to 10K a year. And what we're going to have is we're going to have a closed live stream for deep work. Okay. And it's an accountability group. And we basically meet up every day, 2 hours, and do deep work.
Oh, that would be for you probably.
Mm-hmm. Or hire someone that can be a facilitator of that. Okay. And basically it's there's no talking. It's completely silent. And it's just show up, do the work. This is what I have to do today. This is what I got done, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we can have like a form for attendance.
Why would people pay 10K just for silence?
Because some people, and there's actually businesses on this. Ali Abdal actually has a business on this and there's actually other businesses as well where
they could just come together.
People just come together to do work, and they actually meet up in little pods where it's just like one-on-one, and you're introducing yourself and you're saying, hey, my name is da-da-da-da, and what I have to do today is da-da-da-da-da. And the other person is saying, hey, my name is da-da-da, and I have to build this product, or I have to build the first draft of this thing. Okay, you have 60 minutes, go. These are like little working spaces online, and these are actual businesses where people do this. And they meet up one-to-one. So even the person that created the business never meets up with them one-to-one. And what we're saying here is we meet up in a live stream one-to-many, and we just have a working space. Why? Because some people need to be held accountable. They just need to show up. They just need someone there with them so that they feel like they have a sense of community and they're not alone as they're doing these things. That's just an idea. Doesn't have to be the gospel, okay? That's just an idea. But either which way, to your question, your original question about whether or not you cap the admission, I would say probably not. And I would say, if anything, what you do is you say, it doesn't matter when someone comes in. It just matters that they meet the requirements. Like they, I guess, get verified, right? That's the air quotes. They get verified before coming to the hot seat, which is on whatever day it is. Ideally, you want to do it on the weekend because that's when most people will have free Otherwise, there may be working professionals that work on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and they may not be able to come. So Saturday may be the most neutral day. Saturday or Sunday may be the most neutral day for a lot of people. And if you do it to where, if you're thinking like California time at like 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, you can definitely get from California all the way to here, to this part of the world in that time zone. And even still, you may even get people like in Japan or whatever, because it's like it's like 24? I don't know how many hours ahead it is. But it is a little time difference where you got to think about, okay, what's realistic for people to commit to and come to every single week on a consistent basis. I think the main challenge after that is, again, you have to think to yourself, what is going to be realistic? What is it something that you're going to do? What can you commit to? But it's very doable. And the easiest thing you can start with, literally the easiest thing that you can start with, is a 30-day free trial. So if, let's say you're asking me what's your step one, 30-day free trial. You create a circle community. Okay. And you let people come to the hot seat. And even if it's just one person, you just let them come to the hot seat on a free trial. Let them experience it. Let them see how it feels for them. And you just do your best to deliver. That's it. And you just get feedback. That's it. But again, in order to do that successfully, holy crap, it's snowing.
Oh.
Let's actually take a little pause so that we can show that on the...
That just came out of nowhere.
Yep. Hold on a second.
And that's what I meant. This happens here in Austria during March and April. I was out in like my bikini suntanning a couple of weeks ago, and then you have a few days later ice cold.
And it's snowing.
That's a beautiful view.
Mm-hmm. All that pretty snow.
And you're still not wearing a jacket.
Okay, getting back to this, getting back to the offering and all that.
Wow, this weather is so unpredictable.
Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
So the MVP.
So it's gonna be a hybrid of course and community.
Yeah. And basically, again, to make it lightning fast, right? Lightning fast is outline, 12 months, okay, so this is very variable here. Outline, 12 months of video course, 1 lesson per week, 1 lesson per 2 weeks, 1 lesson per 4 weeks. I don't know. That's up to you to decide. Okay, so if there's, let's say, 52 weeks in a year, there's 52 lessons. Okay, 52 lessons, 52 weeks. If there's 1 lesson per week, right? We just have to think, what is the minimum viable thing that we can deliver to someone? So maybe it could even be like, hey, there's a 1 hour video course, or there's just a 15-minute or 20-minute thing. No fluff. We have it scripted. We read it from the prompter. You read it from the prompter, and you guide the customer through that journey. So what would be the number 1 thing they have to do? What would be the number 2 thing they have to do? And you don't do it all at once.
Yeah.
We're not going to make that mistake. I'm not going to make that mistake again of doing it all at once.
No, it's going as you go.
We go as
because
we go.
things evolve and
Right.
yeah.
But ideally we want to know, like, how do we get them? And that's the thing about what's called a process map. Okay. So a process map is what step 1, step 2, 3, so on and so on and so forth until we get them to their destination, right? That's their destination. We want to know, how do we get them from point A, where they are now, to point B, where they want to be, or point Z or whatever. So that's the idea behind all that stuff. So to answer that question, I wouldn't cap it. And that's why I would say have an ongoing thing. People start from week 1 of whatever their video course is. And then as every single week or month goes by, a new lesson unlocks, a new thing unlocks for them that they have to take action on. They come to the hot seat, prepare. They come to the hot seat, prepare. And this is very much going to be, you have to show up, you have to execute, and you have to get feedback, because I can't tell you this is going to guaranteed work. It's probably not. You're probably going to have to be testing this over and over and over and over again. But the thing is, you don't want to do it alone, because it can be incredibly discouraging. Why do I know that? Why do I say that? Because I've been there myself. We've been there. I've been there constantly.
Yeah. And also, knowing the benefits of being in a circle with like-minded people over the last 9 months, it has been a very inspiring and empowering experience. There is a big difference. There is a big difference.
Exactly. Versus showing up month to month. And I think if, let's say, you're trying to really inspire someone to fulfill their purpose, again, this is not something that's original to me. This is something that I heard from a YouTuber, and I thought, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And this is how I'm applying it to here, the logic and the psychology behind it and what worked for them and their company. Okay. And how they're doing an online business with a community. So I think that could help you. And I think that gives you the opportunity to reach that level of commitment by doing a 1 year, not a 9 month, not a month to month, 1 year. You have 30 days. Come join us. If you don't like it, fine. And then that's it. Everybody gets 30 days free. Or even 2 weeks free or something. I don't know. Like a 2-week free trial, 14-day free trial, or a 30-day free trial. I don't know.
So then this is something that could go on for many years. Let's say we have our first round of the offering and we are in month 10, and then in the 10th month we already have new people coming in for the next 12 months, which are starting their journey. So it's like a clock. So that means, we or I also have to ask myself, okay, how many years am I planning to do this, Because if people come in after 3 months, after 6 months, after 12 months, that also extends my commitment to the offering constantly for a year. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's why, again, you got to be honest with yourself. Are you prepared to show up for the long term? As Gary Vaynerchuk says, are you prepared to show up for the long game? Are you in this for the long game, or are you in this because you think there's money?
Yeah.
Obviously, like, I'm not going to be just doing this, like, I got bills to pay. I want to help people the best that I can, but I have bills to pay at the end of the day. I got mouths to feed. We have kids, and this is a service. This is something that we're willing to help people with.
Yeah.
So it's only fair that there is an exchange. It's only fair.
It would be important to have like an estimate idea of our time commitment doing this long term, or like our like what is our level of commitment and energy going to require for doing this
And that's
constantly?
and that's what you have to also be honest with yourself about. So if you are,
Because if we're saying, okay, we're going to have a course which is already pre-recorded so I can use this over and over again. And then I'm just wondering, okay, how much of my actual in-person presence and energy is this going to require? You know, just want to have an estimate idea before doing this, you know, something to get clarity on.
right. And
However, if we're saying we're doing this once a week for 2 hours, okay, that's already a good start so that I know what people expect of me and also what I expect of people. And I want that to be very clear as possible. And at the same time, okay, if people expect me and I say, yes, I'm gonna be showing up 2 hours every single week for the live call, the hot seat. And then on top, how much of my time and how much of my energy, focus, and work is it going to require leading up every week to the call? You know what I mean? Like in terms of preparation or monitoring people's applications, what have you. So I just want to have an estimate of, okay, how much of my time involvement is this offering going to require, even though I may only be there for 2 hours every single week, how much of my actual preparation time is this going to require? And I want to be very clear on that, especially with 2 kids and with the plans of moving to the United States, you know.
And that's why you got to be really honest with yourself. And that's why, again, you have 2 offers. I'm suggesting to you very strongly, be careful about that, because 2 offers mean you're going to do 2 different things. So I just gave you the thing for life purpose, but now you're going to have your own thing for the Diksha light language blessing. How long are you going to keep up with that? How long are you going to keep up with that? So you have to be really honest with yourself with that and what you're able to commit to. And this is, again, why I would suggest that, again, you always templatize everything. Templatize everything and have working procedures for everything. Why? Because big mistake I made with having a one-on-one service-based business is it was all me, right? Because of my inability to generate more income from the business that I had, or the self-employed freelance, whatever you want to call it, did not have enough cash flow. I could not hire people. Because I could not hire people, I could not spend more money on marketing. It's just it's a loop, basically. So that basically means that your ability to grow is capped.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with the group stuff, this is why learning from those mistakes, you want to templatize. I get it. Everyone has their own individual purpose. I understand 1,000,000%. However, what we're providing is container. Container is not bespoke. Container is something completely different. It's systemized. It's like the difference between you preparing a burger and someone going to a McDonald's. And I'm not trying to say that what we're doing is cheap. It's not cheap by any means. No. What I'm saying is they have a system for how they have a specific menu. They have a specific offering. This is what it is. If you don't like it, okay, there's Burger King. Okay, there's Wendy's. Okay, there's Denny's. There's whatever. Otherwise, you can go to the grocery store, get all your shit together, and then make your own burger. That's fine. That's totally fine. If you want to go on your own, fine, but just realize it's going to take significantly longer. And that's what I realized from all these years of, making the mistakes in the business. And
I apologize. I need a quick potty break.
yeah. Okay. So having said all this, for you, Hema, I know that your intention is to lead this thing, and I'm sorry for talking too much. I'm just giving you my feedback and my suggestions for my mistakes that I've made in the past with business. And having said that, that's my suggestion. My suggestion is, if you're going to do an offer, do it one to many, something that you can scale where you don't have to show up one to one. That's very simple at this stage. And your one to many offer should be something that you can do as a template, as a system, over and over and over again. I don't know if you're going to have the energy to be, speaking constantly or doing light language blessings constantly. That's up to you. If you think you can handle that, whether it's once a week, once every 2 weeks, I don't know. But that's for you to figure out for yourself and to get clarity on for yourself. Also, too, I mentioned the thing about the difference between a monthly offer versus a 1-year container commitment. Completely different in who you attract as your audience for commitment.
Yeah.
So you may get people that are very inconsistent and they're for 1 month and then they leave. And you got to really ask yourself, one path is going to be very high retention, because after a while, what you're going to see, I think, is people that are going to want to continue on. They're going to want to continue on, and they're going to want to be part of that thing. Whereas, another offer, a month-to-month offer, you might have people that are going to try it out, and then after like 3 months, they're gone. That's it. Especially because if there's no emotional connection, or if there's no, and it takes a while, I think, to build that emotional connection with humans. So just something to think about. Either which way, I don't know if that's what else you wanted to cover today. I know you also had to create content, deciding what must ship today. So that was completely ignored. So I don't know what direction you want to take the podcast or the live stream today in.
Well, in terms of what we are going to ship every week, I don't know. All I know is the clarity that I got for our offerings, and that has priority. And everything else that we're going to do on the live streams, I don't know yet. Because I don't want our focus to be blurred and all over the place. And I know we spoke about NFTs, we spoke about the puppets, etc. But I don't know if this is in alignment and in focus with the offerings.
So again, remember, I'm giving you ideas of what you can offer, right? And so NFTs is something that you can offer. If you decided to go with the cartoon route, you can create collectibles, and that would be part of that collectible idea, that packaging. But if, let's say, you're trying to stay with the human route and you're trying to create a community, then those are the paths that, you presented.
Yes.
And therefore that's fine, because then after that, your content strategy then changes, which is fine too, because then now you're not married to creating, cartoon shows. You can now pivot into something else, right? But what I'm saying here is, again, think about it like this. If there are 2 billion users on TikTok, or let's say 1 billion people on TikTok every month, okay? 1 billion active users every single month. And they come onto TikTok once every day, hypothetically. You have to get your piece of content in front of them. Whoever is interested in your thing. So if 1 billion people are coming on per month to TikTok, 1 billion people, imagine if 1% of those are interested in purpose. Okay, so can we do the math here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's do the math here. So imagine if
It should be 100,000. Oh,
okay,
10 million is 1%.
yeah,
Oh,
okay. Let's actually, maybe my math is bad.
no,
Wait.
just times
Please
1%.
tell me. Please do some math for me, just in case, so that I'm not going crazy here. What is 1% of 1 billion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, now please riddle me this. Is it possible that in any given month, 1% of active users on any social media platform could be potentially interested in one specific subject, specifically like life purpose and finding out what their life purpose is? Question mark. Am I crazy to think that potentially 1% of active users on TikTok would be interested in knowing what their life purpose is? Question mark. And watching content to figure out what their life purpose is? Question mark. You know, you could also do the warming bottle too.
It's just my feet.
If you put the warming bottle on your chest, eventually the heat can go down to your toes.
Maybe you need a warming bottle.
Yes, that is absolutely possible. You're not crazy. The clean way to think about it is this. If a platform had 100 million active users, then 1% is 1 million. 1 billion active users, 1% is 10 million. So your question is not, could 1% care about life purpose? The real question is it plausible that millions of people are interested in meaning, identity, fulfillment, direction, purpose, self-discovery, spirituality, career alignment, or what am I here to do? And the answer is yes, it's very plausible. What may be slightly off is this part. People usually do not all identify with the exact phrase life purpose. They may come in through adjacent doors, like feeling lost, So again, this is where we want to be creating content on these
words,
these kinds of terms, like burnout, identity crisis, spiritual awakening. I know what I'm meant for more. Why do I feel empty? Even when these are all possible avenues to create content around, because it could speak to them. Like, oh yeah, you know, that's what I was going through, emotional pain. So the market for your topic is probably bigger than the literal keyword life purpose. That said, here's the reality check. Possible, yes. Addressable through content, yes. Will 1% of TikTok all watch your content directly? No. Could 1% of users be the broader potential interest pool? Very believable. The mistake would be assuming 1% are interested, therefore my content should automatically get shown to them. That's not how the platform works. The platform first tests the hook, the retention, the engagement, the clarity, the reliability, the relatability, the repeatability of the topic. That's a key one right here. This needs to be really emphasized. The repeatability of the topic.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's people like Gary Vaynerchuk or Tony Robbins or Eliza Nichols who have been in this for years. And they are repeatedly serving on the same topic.
They're saying the same thing over and over and over again, right?
And that's what we have been doing for the last years.
No, we have not. Let's not lie to ourselves. We have not been doing that for the last years. We have not been posting content for that. We're starting from, once again, zero.
No, I mean, well, my message over the last years has still been about the same message. It has just been evolving.
Sure, but you still have not been posting, and that's a big difference. If there's no receipt, if there's no record of it, you can't say this is what I've been saying for the last years. There's no who knows what you're saying. Now you're starting over from zero. You're starting over from day one, basically. You know, and that's the thing about being consistent and showing up consistently, because even if you just take time off, people are going to forget about you. You know why? Because we're in the era where as soon as someone quits, someone steps up ahead, and the algorithm, it's a wheel, it's a machine. It's just going to keep going. You know, you may be the face for a while, but as soon as you stop, you're going to go to the background. People are going to forget. And then there's going to be a new face. So that's why I'm telling you, when we create these content.
So that needs to be, it needs to be treated like a habit, like you take care of your body or you exercise daily.
1,000,000%.
Which is part of, you know, your dharma health, your financial health.
It's a non-negotiable at this stage. So that's how we have to treat it. We have to treat it as we're showing up here. This is just part of our life. This is part of who we are. This is what we're doing. And that's a long game. That's until the day you die thing.
Yeah, and that's totally reasonable that your purpose should have, you know, daily care and daily nurturing in your garden.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So getting back to this, that's not how platforms work. The platform first has the hook, right? The first 3 seconds of the video. Retention, how do they stay on? The engagement, are people liking or commenting? The clarity, is your message clear? Are you relatable? Do people resonate with what you're saying? And the repeatability of the topic. This is very important. This is you niching down and basically having the same messaging. You're saying the same thing over and over again, just served in very different ways. So your job is not to prove the market exists. Your job is to make the topic enter through the pain-first language instead of abstract philosophy. This is how you tap the 1%. So the blunt answer, yes, 1% is realistic as a potential interest pool. What's unrealistic is expecting the algorithm to hand the audience to you just because that niche exists. You need to package life purpose as pain, curiosity, Okay. So the point of me sharing that with you is, again, just imagine if potentially 1% of all active, okay. And how many active monthly TikTok users are there? As of look. As of 2026, TikTok has roughly 1.6 to 1.9 billion monthly active users globally.
So that's 25% of the global population.
Yeah. So conservative estimate 1.6, aggressive 1.9. Now, tie it back to your 1% idea. If TikTok has 1.6 to 1.9 billion users, then that's 1%, which is 16 to 19 million people. That's your potential interest pool. Okay? So the audience is this? Yes, massive. The algorithm will give you to that audience? No, it's earned, not given. So we have to get in front of that audience, okay? Now, the reason why I'm thinking about this and I'm saying this, okay? The market is way bigger. The bottleneck is execution and packaging, not demand. What does that mean? Now, getting back to this, very importantly, is when it comes to the creating of the content, Hema, you already have the offer, okay? But if you are confusing that message, the repeatability of the topic, if you're confusing that message, you're confusing who your cohorts are, okay? I'm not saying do one style of content or the other. I'm saying do it all. However, think about how you're going to do that, okay? You have the life purpose social media account, and then you have the Hema Almond personal brand. From what I understand, you're probably, and I probably would agree with this at this stage, is you're going to be better off having the personal brand, sharing all that content, and then posting to, forwarding people to thelifepurpose.com. But if you do that, what's going to happen is if you have two offers, that can be very confusing. Okay? Just think about that. Because if, in real time, let's think about this in real time. You are now a mother. soon to be a mother of 2, moving to the United States. You want to have a retreat center, all this stuff. That takes a lot of time. You need to create content on a consistent basis. At the very least, from what I see, you need to be creating 12 pieces of content, the very least, per day, native to that platform, scheduling it out every 2 hours. Why? Because you have 1.6 to 1.9 billion active users, and the algorithm is only going to push out your content up to a certain amount if it doesn't meet certain criteria in the beginning. So if people are instantly dropping off, they're not swiping through, they're not watching the content, they're not doing whatever, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to go off. Okay? 1.6 to 1.9. That means your content is going to get less reach. TikTok is interested only in doing what? They're only interested in keeping people on the platform. That's their goal. That's their job. Because why? Because advertisers are paying to get in front of the right audience, and they're going to pay money. So TikTok is going to do what? It's going to favor those people and try to keep people on, because that's where the attention is. Because if there's enough attention, then people eventually pay for the product or the service. So what do we need to think about? We need to think about what's our offer, who's interested in the offer, what's the pain that they're having, how can we solve that pain through the offer, okay? And we create content specific to speaking that person's language, okay? And if that's the case, and if we're reading the Gary Vaynerchuk book, and he's showing already proof that, maybe it does work, maybe you try it and you figure it out, I don't know. But if, let's say, you have a life purpose account, and then you have a Hema Almond account, and people are resonating more with the personal brand than they do with the business, driving traffic and creating content and then driving traffic to your offer can be a lot more work than you want it to be. And if you're going to be creating 12 pieces of content scheduled out over 2 hours every single day, so that you're not flooding the TikTok with spam.
And I would need something like Opus to schedule it, because I can't schedule it directly on TikTok.
Exactly. Well, no, you can, but you have to do it from your phone, I think.
The way I researched it, that it's not possible to schedule it directly on TikTok.
That's what I saw. I just did it yesterday. I just scheduled my post from yesterday. I'll show you how to do it.
Okay.
I'll show you how to do it. But either which way, if you're going to be doing that, you would have to still, regardless, schedule your thing out for the day, right? And then that's only just one platform, right? That's why you want an auto scheduler like a Buffer or something else. If you're going to do that, and let's say you have the offer of the $30 a month, you're going to get a very different audience pool. If you're going to try to do cohorts and you're going to try to speak their language, versus if you try to do the other one, you can get a very different audience trying to speak that language. So just be mindful of that. I'm not saying do or do not do it. I'm not saying that. No, I'm not. I'm saying just be very mindful of, if you're going to go through all that effort, I think it's going to take you the same amount of effort regardless. So what would you rather do? And plus, again, it may be two different lanes. If you're talking about people that speak light language or whatever, that may be a very different type of audience than someone that wants more of a masculine thing. Like, give me a system and tell me exactly how to fulfill my purpose so I can leave this job and, get out of this AI thing. That could be two very, very different ways of speaking to people.
And, I think where I stand out more is definitely more the spiritual part. And you were the system guy. That's why you are the man here and I'm the woman here,
Yeah. If that's the case, though.
So if the second offer, Build Your Purpose Hot Seat Community, is supposed to be very masculine, I don't know if I can deliver on that.
Yeah, and so that's the other thing too. You know, and again, the thing is, if you are posting content on just your personal brand, when it comes time to sell lifepurpose.com, if you're intending to sell it, how is that going to work if there's no content on there? You know, so think about all of that for a second. Think about everything that I just said for a second, and really take that into perspective here. If you have 2 offers, okay? I'm not saying don't do it. I think that's great. I think either one works. Just think about this. 2 offers, 2 different funnels, okay? I think gone are the days where you are having a shop and you sell all types of different things. I think, especially with the AI stuff, you're going to have to niche down even more. Like have one specific message. It can evolve, sure, but that one offer, that's where you want to drive traffic to. So you want to be creating content for that. And in order to successfully do that, think about this. We're in an age where people are getting, I saw this on PewDiePie. He talked about people having algo brain, like attention spans, like dropping significantly. People are very dopamine addicted to content. And I just watched something on YouTube yesterday on one of these like news companies, NBC or something like this, where they're talking about basically how Facebook and YouTube are basically getting sued for hundreds of millions of dollars by the state of California or North Carolina or wherever, because they have knowingly been engineering their platforms to keep people addicted to what they're pushing out, right? So they're
yeah. I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, sure.
It is a form of addiction, and that's why you got to use technology and social media like really, really, really with a good level of consciousness.
Yes. And my point with that overall, though, is the following. If there is a whole bunch of people that have very low attention spans, and there's 1.6 to 1.9 billion, 25% of the world's population on a TikTok platform, and your job is to get in front of them, get their attention, get them interested in the thing, to get them to buy your thing, okay? That is already a challenge in itself. And to do that consistently, okay? You'd have to be prepared to do that for a very long time. On top of, you'd have to be prepared to potentially go a few months without getting any clients for a very long time, or getting anyone into your offer. I don't know. Maybe you are an outlier, you are a unicorn, and you figure it out. And in which case, great. Then don't listen to me at all. I'm just sharing with you my mistakes, what I've learned, what I've observed along the way over the years doing this stuff on and off. And what I can say here is that if that's the case, think about realistically creating content for lifepurpose.com only. And what's that going to look like? Think about creating content only for Herman Alman personal brand only, and what that would look like. Could you do that consistently over days, weeks, months, years, decades? Would you be willing to do something like that? Because that's the whole point of the personal brand. Mm-hmm. The whole point of the personal brand is it's a very long-term investment. It's a very, very long-term investment. Like you could be doing this for years before you actually see the investment pay off. That's the idea, I think. And the investment payoff should be that you can easily launch a business and then have people sign up to the offer, etc. So either which way, I think let's say right now, if we just put a pause on everything and you say, hey, look, for right now, we're just going to create content and see what resonates, see what whatever, that's fine too, because you're playing the long game with that, okay, with a content thing, because you have to build trust. Building trust takes time, okay? So if you're doing this for the next 5, 10, 15 years, right, you're only going to be not even 50 years old. Okay. By that time, you could launch a business on a dime and then have the interest if you have done it correctly. But would you be willing to do that? Versus if you have the lifepurpose.com, you're creating content only for that. Comes time to sell it, you sell the whole package. You sell the offering, you sell the everything, you sell the systems, you sell everything that the new owner would need to take over and run that business for you. You know, it's a little bit different. So just ask yourself that, and ask yourself, what can you commit to right now for yourself?
Well,
and even still, hey, maybe give it a shot with just, you doing the light language stuff. You have a Zoom call, you do the light language transmissions, and you have one-to-many, and you probably would be very fine, and you probably would find that you're very comfortable, honestly, just doing that. And I'm not saying this to overwhelm you, by the way. I'm not saying this to confuse you. I'm saying this because, just think about it like this. My intention for us was to have done something like this, live stream this, create a whole bunch of clips, blast that out. But if you're going to get flagged and spammed by the social media platforms, that means that you're probably relegated to a handful of posts per day, because otherwise you're considered spam. And that's bad, because your job is to get distribution, and your job is to get reach, and your job is to get people to your thing. So you're only going to be able to do like 10 to 12 posts per day. Now, if YouTube and social media stops posting your content after a certain amount of time, that means you got to keep feeding the engine over and over and over again. You got to keep posting the content over and over and over again in different formats, which takes time, which means that, one content format may not work. You then have to do something that may be more labor intensive, more human intensive, versus just trying to rely on AI to do it. And that takes time. And then to do 2 offers, are you able to do that consistently?
yeah.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And I would say the following. If we combined our personal brands, okay, this may be an idea. We combine our personal brands where you do talk about the feminine stuff. I do talk about the masculine stuff. However, the mismatch could be in who comes through the door. Okay? The mismatch could be in who comes through the door.
No, not necessarily. As long as we are transparent.
I'm going to tell you why it would be a mismatch. I can already see it. Myself, personally, we would have to test it. Myself, personally, we would have to test it. But here's why I would see a mismatch. You're very much into spirituality, which is great. And I am too. You're very much into spirituality, and you're very much into speaking a language that I'm not, it's more foreign to me. So when you're talking about light language and you're talking about, dragon and DNA codes, I understand that, but that's not how I would speak in a normal day-to-day way. So whoever you're attracting through your audience, they understand that lingo. They're from that world and they understand that lingo. But then if you have someone like me where I'm saying, okay, what's your ARR? What are your conversions? What's the funnel that you're going to build, et cetera, et cetera?
That's your language.
That's my language.
Exactly.
Which then converts and gets a different audience of people, right? So I already can tell. So actually, I want you to do me a favor right now. Can you please download TikTok Studio on your phone? I know you have TikTok, the app, but can you please download TikTok Studio? And then I want you to sign in on your thing, okay? Because I'm going to show you something about your cohorts and who your audience already is. And it's already showing you, the data is already going to show you who you're attracting. And I can already tell you're going to be attracting, white women in your age bracket and majority is white, is a white woman basically. Okay. For me already, my statistics, my analytics are showing me that I'm attracting more men. Okay. So people are usually going to do business with people they know, like, and trust. That's it. If I look like someone, they're probably going to resonate with me more. If someone looks like you, they're going to resonate with you more. So just keep that in mind and let me know when you have that pulled up. And my analytics for TikTok have shown me that already, because in TikTok Studio, they have an analytics section where they have the like who is following you and from what regions. So you have male, you have female, etc. And who is following you. Okay. So you're here in TikTok. Okay. If you go to the analytics, okay, you can see your overview of your analytics and how you're performing. Okay. Mm-hmm. If you scroll down, my God, that's great. You're getting 46 comments. That's amazing. And look at how people are searching for you and how people are finding you. What are the terms?
Search queries, Hammer MA, light language transmission, Hammer MMA. I don't know about the last one. But okay. The Hammer MA is my name on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok.
Look at the middle one.
Oh, traffic source for you.
No. Down.
Light language transmission. 16.7%.
Yes. So when someone types in light language transmission,
16% find me.
Are finding you.
Based on that code word.
Exactly. Keyword.
Oh, interesting. So not the other keywords.
Exactly. And that's why you need to pay attention to your analytics. And look at this, for example. If we scroll over here, we have viewers. Okay. You have viewers. And your viewer insights show you who's male and who's female. And just like I thought, 76% of your audience is female. Mm-hmm. 76% of your audience is female. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Age.
And it tells you the age.
25 to 34
exactly.
Is the highest.
Exactly. And
second highest is 35 to 44. Mm-hmm. And then we have 45 to 54, and the lowest is 55 plus and 18 to 24.
Exactly. So who's the top age bracket?
The top age bracket is 35 to 44. Mm-hmm. And then 25 to 34.
Exactly.
So it's basically women that are 10 years younger and 10 years older than me.
So if you had to put them into just one category, what's the youngest and what's the oldest?
The youngest it's 25 to 44 years.
No. Let's see this. So what I was looking for was women between the ages of 18 and 44 and the locations. And this is where you can see your location.
United Kingdom, interesting.
So you have a majority of people searching for you from the UK. Then majority. Then you got the Netherlands. Then you have Romania, Greece, Germany, Sweden, Ireland, France, etc.
No one from Austria.
Okay. And your most active days, your most active hours is around 12 a.m.
Where people see my content?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's when people are on lunch break, huh?
12 a.m. That's...
Oh, midnight.
Yeah.
Well, what are people doing at midnight?
Okay, so no, I can see it right here. So your most active time is from 12 p.m. to about 8 p.m. or 10 p.m. 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. Mm-hmm. You have very little engagement from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. Very little engagement from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. So why is that important? Because getting back to what I was saying about your audience, the language that you're speaking to your audience is probably going to be different from how I speak, right? I'm the guy that like says that, you know, fuck this and shit that and da da da, and I'm that guy, right? That's, you know, that's part of my culture and how I've grown up. You have a very different culture and how you've grown up. So how you speak and how you talk and how you communicate to your audience could be vastly different from how I do it. And who's interested in your product or services could be completely different. Okay? I'm not saying that it cannot work. I'm just saying we come from two different worlds if you think about it from that perspective. And while I know that you know some of the things that I'm saying, you know some of the things that I'm saying, if we're creating content to drive to one offer together, it may be a little bit of a mismatch. And if you are creating one offer to drive traffic, to not confuse your audience, because again, remember, we're in the age where people have very low attention spans, from what I understand, from what I've researched and what I'm hearing. Therefore, the ability to focus in on one thing is going to be paramount, because then otherwise you can confuse people. And if the way the interest graph and the social media accounts are working is they are operating like a machine, you have to constantly post, because if you don't post and if you don't get that takeoff that you need, your content automatically is going to die. So all the work that you put in for a piece of content is going to go down and it's not going to get the reach. If you do create a viral piece of content, it's going to grow. It's going to get the movement and the traction. So that one piece of content can be doing all the work for you. How you say that is up to you. However, if you do capitalize on that, and if you do get that reach that you need, if you do get the algorithm to distribute that piece of content for you, then you obviously want to make sure you maximize on that piece of content by having an offer that you drive traffic to, that people can purchase. Does that make sense so far?
Yes.
Okay. And when it comes to the type of content you create, if you're creating content for the Life Purpose Hot Seat, you may be speaking something very differently than how you would speak light language for the Diksha blessings and the other thing.
I just know that I need to harness in on my gifts and you need to harness in on your gifts. And at the same time, living and fulfilling our purpose in this world is requiring both the feminine and the masculine. Therefore, it requires the inner transformation, the spiritual aspect, and it also requires what you have, the structure and the systems. And I don't want to leave people out on one thing or the other. I don't. Because if people need to get activated on a soul level for the new energies of the new earth and of the soul remembrance, this is spiritual work. You cannot bypass this. You cannot move on with merely just masculine systems and structure without having the spiritual component to it, because this is all about bridging both the masculine and the feminine and bridging the metaphysical and the physical. This is all about the oneness consciousness. We can no longer leave one thing out.
Okay, here's an idea.
What's coming through to me is, we spoke about this many years ago, about we're here to empower the feminine energy on this planet. Well, guess what? In order to empower the feminine energy on the planet, they're going to need the spiritual support and then actually help the spiritual purpose side, and also, the new earth children coming in with the spiritual hypersensory gifts and their soul being fully online. How do we empower them? By closing the gap so that they can actually be spirit embodied in this physical life and live their soul's purpose in this physical realm. And they're going to need the structure, the systems to build it in the physical. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So think about, let's say our children. Let's say our children are very spiritually gifted. And we're talking about, clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, and gifted in arts and gifted in supernatural things. Okay, great. Now, how can let's bridge this into the physical so that you can be fully realized on the physical plane as well, so that you can, receive money, receive the resources that you need while being a spiritual being, having a physical experience. You're going to need both. You're going to need the structure and you're going to need the spiritual support. And that's the spiritual entrepreneurship, if you want to call it that way. And it's going to it's more and more like people are waking up spiritually. They are now asking themselves, okay, what's my spiritual work? And how can I actually bring the spiritual work into the physical? They're going to need both. And that's why these two offerings, they came to me. I woke up, I was awake by 12 midnight, and I was laying awake in bed, half awake, half asleep. And then this is what came through. And what I see clearly here now is that one offer is very much only about the spiritual and the Diksha blessings. And the second is probably going to be 70, 80% just masculine structure. And that's what I have for today.
Okay, so I think you're right. What came to me is the following. What came to me is, okay, what if you do combine the both? You would have to be willing to speak. Okay, let's put it like this. I think the way that I see this, because I do agree with you 100%. I think, especially at this stage of my life, I was always the type of person that thought, oh, all the hard work or whatever, and that's it. No. No, that's not how that works. Especially if you're not emotionally regulated, if you're not emotionally balanced, you're gonna tip over. Done. So you need to make sure that you can handle that. And you can handle whatever comes your way. And that's a very spiritual process. That's a very spiritual game. And at the same time, are you able to be flexible and to add on some components of how you speak so that you can, when you speak and you're creating content, you're not just light language transmission girl. You understand what I'm saying?
For sure.
Because if let's say, let's really break this down very logistically here. If we are creating a platform, a community of like-minded people, how would that realistically work if we speak two different languages and we're driving people towards that one offer together? Right? You're taking people from your camp. I'm taking people from my camp. We're driving into that one. It could be a mismatch. So what I'm saying is, what if we were able to open up and try to be flexible enough to adapt and take on some of the language that you would speak and I try to speak that, and you take on some of the language that I would speak and you speak that. Mm. We drive traffic together to that same offer, because clearly the audience analytics for TikTok, your TikTok insights are showing you very clearly 76% are female from the UK, and they're following your content, versus me, my content is more males, and I don't have so many followers, but that's fine. What if you created one offer and you merged that Diksha and light language, and what you do is you either do it at the very beginning of your weekly hot seat call or at the very end of your weekly hot seat call, and you package that all as one offer. And we create a video saying like, hey, welcome to this community. We're not the usual community that is talking about purpose from just a spiritual standpoint, and we're not the usual community that's talking about purpose from the standpoint of just purely business and making money. We're combining the two.
Hold on. Start again.
Yeah, so what I was saying was you presented two different offers today. And offer number one is doing a light language transmission for one group. And then offer number two was the life purpose hot seat stuff with the community. I'm saying, what if you marry the two? And that's going to require you having to be willing to take on a little bit of my language and me having to take on a little bit of your language, so that we kind of speak the same language in a sense, so that when we alchemize our community, like who we've attracted together, we alchemize them into that core container. And what I was saying here was that instead of you just having two offers, you bring them together, you package it together, and you make a video introduction or a video that basically says, hey, like, what are we about? And that gives them the understanding, especially with that 30-day free trial offer. You're basically saying, hey, look, some people, when they think about purpose, they think about spirituality only and etc. And some people think about business and like, how do I build a personal brand? We are here to bridge and marry the two. We're here to combine both of them because they're both essential parts to that puzzle. And so this community, the way that it's going to work is we're going to have a container, a live online meetup where we meet every single week, 2 hours, and we have a Diksha blessing and a light language transmission blessing for your purpose. And then you fill in the blank, Hema, of whenever you want to do that, whether it's in the beginning or whether it's at the end. You can also, that's where you can add your meditations. So let's say you can make a sleep meditation with, again, the pipe, the little microphone where you can do and you can speak your light language. You could do the whispering thing, and people can listen to that as they go to bed. You can incorporate all of those things, and you can have that as like an add-on. So now that just adds more value to the thing. But I would not try to do a thing where I'm separating everything so much. I would try to marry it together now at this stage, because ultimately you have to be okay doing it, and not only doing it for the short term, but doing it for months, doing it for years, doing it maybe potentially for the rest of your life, where you're supporting people to figure out their purpose and having a community of people and having some sort of an accountability group that helps people and supports people emotionally and spiritually to show up. So that's the idea that I had. Instead of having two offers, you merge them. And that's probably even better, because now you're now adding to your universe of how you speak and how you do things. Mm-hmm. And again, when it comes to this now, the live stream, the whole purpose of the live stream here is not to be talking about the offer. The whole purpose of the live stream is to get the content, right? But first, I do agree, you have to understand like what's your offer, who's your cohort, et cetera, who you're trying to target. And then you create the strategic organic content around that they're going to resonate with. But that's also why you do it in your way, I do it in my way, and then we come together and we do it in this way. So that way we can clip all of that and then we just schedule it out and we distribute it out to wherever we need to.
Yeah, let us just let that sink in. Everything that we just talked about for a minute. Well, if we're merging the offering with the feminine and the masculine, and we are merging the light language, the Diksha blessings, and the meditation, and the business structure side, if it is then our intention to create content while we are delivering the offering with people's agreement, create content, create shorts, create cuts from when we actually do the hot seat with people's permission, then we can totally have content that covers your brand, my brand, and lifepurpose.com. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but that's a content format. Sorry. Yes, and that is a content format. And that could work, but I wouldn't rely on that to be the only format. So remember how, like, I've got the camera here. Remember how I have the camera right behind me and I record? That's a content format.
Yeah.
This way right here that you see with the live stream, that's a content format. The overhead view, that's a content format. Doing skits, content format. Even just having that, content format. Testimonials, interviews, content format. It's all content format. The idea with the puppets, content format.
Yes.
Using AI to tell stories, content format.
Exactly.
So it doesn't matter. Ultimately, we're just driving traffic to the same offer. So we can set this up in such, and again, this is also where I'm creating the system, because the system is going to have prompts engineered, and it's going to have transcripts of, how we want our brand voice to be. And we could just keep showing up and we're talking. Look how we're talking right now. What I'm able to do, just so you see, so just so we're very clear, let's go here and let's go to YouTube. Okay. Just like how we have here, we're able to go to YouTube, and I'm going to show you our thing right here. Let's go to the life purpose of, and I'm going to pull a transcript. Okay. And now look at what we can do here. We're going to pull a transcript from last week, and we're going to show this on the thing, what anyone can do to figure out their brand voice. We're going to show the transcript. We're going to copy this now. Okay. We're going to copy this entire transcript. This is both of us speaking. We can give this to AI, and we can get it to recognize our voice. And that helps us to create our content so that it produces long form and short form content using our brand voice. Why is that important? Because if we're going to create different types of formats, we need to understand what message is it that we're trying to drive across to drive to a specific offer. It's that simple. Okay, so we're going to close this out now. I'm going to go here to pages, and we're going to paste this. Okay, And now we have this entire transcript. We're going to export this to plain text. We're going to save this now. And let's title this transcript brand voice. Then I'm going to go into Notion and I'm going to import this. Okay. So I have here with the database, we created these databases. So now we have this system, this entire structure, and we're going to figure out our brand voice. So our brand voice is going to live at layer 2. Okay. And this is where we're going to have it. We're going to have it raw input. So as you're going to see as time goes on with our system, Hema, this is going to be the thing that we're going to include in the offer for people to figure out their brand voice so that they can create a whole bunch of content, feed that content to AI, and then have AI help them create even better content in the future. Okay. So now we're going to go here. We're going to import this. Okay. We're going to go to Markdown. We're going to import this transcript brand voice. Yes. And I'm just going to show you. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, so now this is the transcript. This is the entire transcript from, I think, last week's podcast or live stream. Okay. So what we do from here, we can do something like this, like feeding it to the model, feeding it to ChatGPT or whatever model, Claude or whatever. And we're going to export this. Open up ChatGPT. Okay. And now we're going to add this to ChatGPT. We're going to give it specific instructions. Okay. Mm-hmm. So this is our transcript of our brand voice. Oh, it's here too. Okay. And that's over 4 hours of content. Okay. And what we're going to do is this. I need you to audit this transcript from our live stream from last week. And I need you to determine what are the top 3 things that we discussed from last week as a summary of keywords. The ChatGPT is going to tell us, it's going to summarize what we talked about. Okay. We did execution systems, working procedures, building a repeatable workflow. Okay. World building, audience co-creation, life purpose brand, the characters, the golden dragon, the peanut gallery, the story universe, etc. Okay, great. Okay, great. Now what I want you to do for me is I need you to create 10 hooks for point number 2. Just as an example. Okay, so now imagine if these are the building blocks of creating content, okay, then I need the title, I need the hook, I need the thumbnail. Sure, those are the most basic things, but I also need the value to give. In order to distribute that value, in order to actually give value, I need to be able to create that piece of content in such a way that it is consumable to the person that's watching it, gets them interested to actually want to watch it, and then depending on the offer, be able to drive them to that community to say, hey, we can help you out here. Okay. Okay. This may be a good hook right here. Okay.
I like the 6th one.
Okay. Let's do this one. Okay, using this hook, I need you to generate 10 different titles that could go viral. Okay, and then this could be it. This could be the thing. Right. This could be the title. This is the title. This is the hook. Okay. Now create a long form piece of content for me where I would speak on this topic and I would talk about how, the goal isn't views, it's turning content into assets. And I need you to break down 3 key points that I need for the audience to digest so that way I can explain it. And they understand why is it that they want to treat content and think of content creation as a long game concept where they are not trying to immediately monetize and just think selfishly and like, what's in it for me? But they're actually trying to show up and be of service to others and give value to others because down the road, that's going to help them with their purpose. ... Okay, so now imagine if you now know that your cohort. So this is now version 1, right? This is now version 1. Now imagine if your cohort is women that speak light language. How is this going to change? Okay, now what I need you to do is I need you to give me that same exact structure, but I need you to change the words to match the language that this specific cohort would understand. Women from the UK that are between the ages of 18 and 34 years old that are into spirituality and speaking light language, and they want to fulfill their purpose. Period. Please create content and create this long form piece of content. Reword this long form piece of content in this way.
111. When you mentioned the woman's name, it was 111.
Okay, now, Hema, what I want you to do for me is I want you to read what's on the screen. Read the entire thing.
Why views don't matter and what actually makes money. Hook. The goal isn't views. It's turning your content into something that actually supports your purpose.
Okay, pause. Now, when you read this is where now the tone, the human essence of it becomes very important. So we just gave ChatGPT our transcript, right? We gave it our language, okay? Now what we need to do is we need to put the soul, the human into it. So you're not just going to read this monotone, the goal isn't views, it's turning your content into something. No, you're going to say it with how you would as a human being. Like if you and I were having a interaction and you're trying to explain it to me as someone that's like, well, why would I be interested in content creation? I don't like showing my face, but I do want to live my purpose though. You understand how I use the tone just now? So that's how I would, so read that over.
The goal is not views. The goal is turning your content into something that actually supports your true purpose. Because if you are only after chasing views, you will soon feel seen for a moment, but still feel disconnected from why you are even doing this. I see many women right now sharing their voice, posting about spirituality, healing, light language, and purpose, but they're quietly feeling like, why isn't this going anywhere? Why am I not receiving anything back? And why does this feel more draining instead of fulfilling? And the truth is, it's not because you're not meant for this. It's because you have been taught to chase visibility and views instead of building something that actually holds your energy and impact. Because the views are just attention, but what you are here to build is something much deeper.
Okay, pause right there. Okay.
That's good.
Now, what I want you to do for me is I want you to treat this like just a template with bullets where we have to now fill in the blanks with our own words. So you want to give us the things to talk about and the things to hit on, but now we have to fill in the blanks.
Again?
Mm-hmm.
Why views don't matter and what actually makes money. The goal is not views. It is you being in your authentic soul's essence. Because if you're only chasing views, you will feel depleted. Because if you only chase, I would have to think about this.
Exactly. And that's why I said before.
The script.
That's exactly why I said that.
Yeah. But also you want to, I personally would like to read over the script prior to actually check if it is in alignment.
100%.
Because if it's like the script of the first one, the shrink, we want to make sure it's a good script.
Okay, now I want you to give me a actual script, and I want you to use this transcript as our brand language, period. I need you to word the entire script and give us everything that we need to fill in and we need to say on a video to speak to our specific cohort that is written in a way that we would say it. I'll be right back.
Are you going down?
No.
Okay. Oh, my mouse is here.
Okay, now do that again here, okay?
Let me just say this straight. The goal is not views. The goal is turning your content into something real. Because if you're just chasing views, you're going to keep showing up, and nothing actually changes in your favor. And I see this happening a lot right now, especially with women who are on the spiritual path and who are sharing, who are opening up to who they truly are, speaking their truth. You're posting, you're expressing, you're showing up. But in the background, there's this question of, okay, but where's this actually going? I've been there. Like, why does it feel like I'm giving so much, but I'm not receiving anything back? Let me just ground this for a second. It's not because you're not meant for this. It's because right now you're treating content like the end instead of treating it like the beginning of something. Views come and go. Like one video hits, the next one doesn't, and then you're back to zero again. So if you're measuring your progress or your value based on that, you're going to feel all over the place. One day you feel good, next day you feel like, what am I even doing? Right? So instead of asking, how do I get more views? Start asking, what am I actually here to build?
Okay, we're gonna stop right there. Okay. So that's the idea, is we go through a refinement process and we take what works for us, we copy it, we copy the script. So let's say, for example, if I were to do this again, and I'm reading this myself, okay, I would say and something like this, where I'm going to, okay, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to read how I would do it. And I'm going to use the prompter to guide it. So just imagine this in real time.
You may, you want to record this for,
Oh, yeah.
for TikTok?
Let's see here. Foot pedal. Okay. So let's go. All right, this could be the long form piece of content for today or something like this. One, two, three. The goal isn't more views. It's turning your content into something that actually supports your purpose and ultimately building a business that'll get you through this transition of the AI revolution that's already here. Because if you're only chasing views, you're going to feel seen for a moment, but you're still not going to resonate with your message and you're going to feel disconnected from why you're even posting content and doing this to begin with. Okay, that's too slow. Hold on a second.
I like that you add your own words.
Let's go to the prompter. Okay, here we go. I see a lot of women right now sharing their voice, and they're posting about spirituality, healing, light language, purpose, and all that stuff is great. But deep down inside, they're not satisfied. Why? Because they are not in congruence with what they actually want to say. And so they may be thinking like, hey, why isn't this going anywhere? Why am I not receiving the right feedback that I need? Why does this feel draining instead of fulfilling? And the truth about all of that is that it's not because you're not meant to fulfill your purpose. You're not meant to create content and be, fulfill your dharma. It's because you've been taught to chase views. You've been taught to chase vanity metrics instead of actually building something that holds your energy, because views are just attention and it doesn't honestly matter. What you're here to build is something deeper, and that's what matters more, okay? And the first point I'm going to make on that is this. Views are always fleeting, but your energy and your creations are not. And you have to think in terms of an investor, okay? Views are going to come and go. That's like cash. That's like currency. You want to think in terms of like Bitcoin, okay? You want to think in terms of an investment, of the long game. One day a video is going to reach a lot of people. The next day it's going to disappear. But if you are going to be committed to this from the long game, from the beginning, if your sense of progress is tied to that, you're always going to feel like you're starting over, because it's going to be this endless hamster wheel. But when you create something intentional, a message, a practice, a body of work, a space for people to connect, that's going to hold your energy. That is what's going to last. So instead of asking yourself, how do I get more views? Ask, what am I creating that actually reflects my purpose? Because your work is not meant to be temporary. It's meant to live, breathe, and evolve with you. And that's the whole purpose of having a personal brand to begin with. Point 2 on that is your content is an expression, but also a portal to your offer. And here's what I mean by that. This is where the actual shift begins to happen. At first, you're just creating content, but you're creating content for the purpose of moving people down to your offer. Your videos are not just content, all right? You have to understand that. Really embed that deep into your subconscious. They are transmissions. They are activations. They are invitations. Every time you speak, every time you share your message, light language, whatever, every time you do that and you express yourself and you share your truth with the world, what you're doing is you're opening a door. But if there's nowhere for that energy to land, it just disperses. That's why you need a container. That's why you need one central offer, because attention spans are so short. We absolutely always need to be thinking, where are we trying to drive people to? To the offer. So your content becomes powerful when it leads somewhere, when it leads into a practice, when it leads into a container, when it leads into a membership, when it leads into an offer, when it leads into a space that you have created, when it leads into a journey that others can walk with you on. Your content isn't just something people watch. It becomes something that they enter into. So every single time you post from that energy. Post from the energy of, this is a doorway into who I am, and I'm investing into this content for the long term, okay? Now, on the third point, here's what I have to say about this. When you lead with service and you have a service mind in the forefront of everything you do, with everything else is going to naturally align. And here's the truth that I've found to be always relevant. If your energy is, how do I make money from this? It's going to create pressure. Your content is going to come off as spam. It's going to come off as inauthentic. People can feel that shit. Okay? But when your energy becomes, how can I truly support someone today? How can I help someone feel seen, safe, or awakened? Everything is going to open up for you. Okay? It's going to be much easier because you're not coming from a desperate energy. You start to trust yourself more. You're going to start to show up more authentically, and you're going to be able to connect with who you want to connect with much deeper. And over time, that connection becomes trust, It converts into trust, it converts into community, it converts into support, and of course, income. But it comes from being aligned, okay? It does not come from force. You cannot force this stuff. You have to show up authentically and you have to create your own organic message. But this is where you need to reframe what you're doing with content. This is what I needed to do when I had to reframe my entire perception of content. The path isn't post, hope, and then, you get disappointed because you're not getting what you want. The path is making sure that you express your truth. Serve from the heart. Create something meaningful. Allow it to grow and deepen over time. That's the long game. That's the long game. That is purpose-led creation. And in closing, if you're on this path right now, fulfilling your purpose, figuring out what your purpose is to begin with, and you may be feeling like, well, is this even working? Just remember, you're not here to go viral. That's a message I wish I heard a long time ago. You're here to build something that matters. So ask yourself, what am I creating that truly reflects who I am? Where does this energy want to flow to next? How can I serve more deeply, not just more loudly, and contribute to all this noise that's out there in the world? Because when you shift from chasing views to honoring your purpose and your energy, everything shifts. Everything starts to align. Your content, your messaging, your offer, it all becomes in sync with one another. And if you found this video interesting, feel free to drop a like, feel free to drop a comment, and subscribe to the channel. I'll see you on the next one. Peace.
That was good.
That's what I'm saying.
That was really good.
We have a script, we have an outline, but we fill in the blanks how we need to. Okay?
And this also very much aligns the message that I wrote down, which is what we're doing in our offering is about bringing all your gifts into one clear path and offering. And this is what we can help people with too. It's taking their gifts, their God-given gifts, and bringing that into one clear path and offering for them so that they can manifest their soul's work through a powerful offering to serve the world.
Okay, so that's how you would want to do it in the future, okay? You have your audience, you have your cohorts, you understand what their language is, like what is going to resonate with them. You're speaking their language. You're purposely saying things in such a way that it resonates with them. Because if you're saying something else like,
what's the ROI for this week?
exactly,
How have the business analytics been?
exactly, that may not take off the same way as you heard from the script. That may not take off the same way. So you got to think to yourself, what is going to really align with my audience here? And what is it that they want from me? Because when you know that, then you create your offer that lines up with what they need. And if you heard the script just now, that's what you're looking for to do. That's what you're looking to accomplish. So when you create long form content, that's what you're looking to do. Okay. And you know what? Hey, it may not even be so bad to just focus on just long form. Just focus on long form as one content format and do things like that and just record in bulk. And that's something that we can do. Very, very simple to do. As you just saw right there, we just did it. You just how I just did it. You can do that. Okay. You can do that.
That is a video.
And that is a video.
Right.
And that's exactly what you would do. And you would post up that long form piece of content on your thing. Now, I'm not going to post that one because I'm talking about, like, I know as a woman, whatever, you want to come from your perspective. You want to speak how you would speak that message, your perspective. The script is just a guideline.
Yeah.
The The script is, you need to put yourself into it. You need to put your, right now, tell me right or wrong, would you have noticed that if I was speaking from a prompter or not?
No, probably not.
Probably not, because I'm just using those as bullet points. Okay. And I that's what I realized from the first episode that we did where we used ChatGPT to generate the script and how shitty it was, to now where I'm just realizing, oh yeah, wait a second. We want to do a couple of these raw. We want to understand how we speak, and we want to train ChatGPT. We want to train AI as to how we speak, so that when we create scripts, and I guarantee you, a majority of professional YouTubers, that's what they do. They have script writers, ghost writers, whatever. They're not creating their own shit like that, you know, or just on the top of the head.
So ChatGPT came up with the script based on the script from our own conversation.
ChatGPT came up with a script by me determining what were the top 3 things that I was talking about, or we were talking about from the last live stream. Then I gave it another prompt where I said to it, okay, now isolate, like look at our transcript, look at our words, generate hooks for us, generate a title, generate hook, generate title. And then that's when it gave us a script that we can have that's on brand with what we're trying to say. And out of that, we can create many different long form pieces of content. But the idea is that when we speak the message, we speak it in a way that is natural to us. Of course, you're still going to get wording that is not necessarily on brand with how you would say something. So that's why you have to fill in the gaps, at least at this stage right now, until you have maybe, 10, 15 pieces of content, live streams that we've done, and you can actually strip it down and you can feed everything. It may take some time. But you just saw the difference between when you had to fill in the blank, I got to think about this, versus I have an actual script and I could just fill in the blank as I go along. Completely different.
Yeah.
And what you want to do here is, again, we have different content formats, and me just speaking to the camera, that's one content format. We need to be able to do that at scale and figure out what works right now. Okay, what is the audience going to resonate with? What is it that they want? Because we don't know, because we're not necessarily talking to them all the time. So that's why we have to speak the message in different ways that communicates something to them. And even still, too, with your audience, your analytics from your TikTok insights, what did you notice? 76% were women, 24% were men. Okay? That doesn't mean like no man is watching or not watching your content. It just means that the majority happen to be women. Okay? But you have to speak their language. Because if you speak their language, you start to now, they resonate with you, you resonate with them. And that's, from my understanding, that's how that works. And from my mistakes in the past, I did not do that. That I did not do. And that's why I treat it much differently now than I ever did before, where I'm saying, no, I'm not going to just come off the top of my head and just speak whatever comes to mind. That doesn't work. We must respect people's time. People's time is very precious. We have to give them exactly what they need, what they're looking for. We have to get them into the offer because we can help them. That is what we're going to give to them. We're going to give them the offer. But in order for us to do this, we have to think about the marketing stuff about it. No matter how people feel about marketing and sales, that's like the essence of building a business. If you have no cash flow, you have no business. It's just that simple. You're doing that as a hobby. So if you want to really do this professionally, where you are fulfilling your purpose and that is your full-time job, you have to be able to marry and bridge the two. The spirituality, like what is the higher calling for what God had me here for, on top of the, what's it called? The business aspect of it. The two coming together, not being completely separate. Same thing like with men and women, the masculine and the feminine energy. We need to be able to marry the two. And this is how we would do that. Okay?
I like that.
This is how we would do that. So how I would say we wrap up, because it's 11:36 right now, is I would like for you to come here and to record that long form piece of content. And we're going to publish you saying that on the long form. Okay. Would you be open to that?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just get you set up here.
And, in terms of what we had spoken on in the previous weeks about the podcast, the kids shows, that can all still come into it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just think content format.
But are we in alignment and in agreement that what I had presented today should be the main focus for now?
That's always the focus. It's just how you present it, how you get there. It's variable.
Yes.
Remember the Gary Vee book. Creative is the variable to success.
Yes. I'm specifically referring to your idea of having one shippable artifact every single week.
It should be this.
What exactly?
The live stream, anyone can do the live stream. I'm talking about creating a long form piece of content. I'm talking about chopping up the long form piece of content and then distributing that as shorts.
Okay, so we have that regardless.
That's the artifact. That's
Okay.
what ships.
So we have that for today.
Where you need to do that right now.
Okay.
Come over here. Let me show you. What? Yeah. Okay. So you're gonna be looking at this prompter. Okay. You're gonna be looking at the camera. Okay. You're not gonna just speak verbatim like a robot. Okay. You're gonna take what works for you in real time, but then you're gonna adapt it to your language. All right. So let's cut down the speed. Okay. And I needed to train you on how to use this. Okay. So this is a foot pedal right here. And what you're going to do is you're going to press, these are 3 buttons. Okay. Actually, you sit here. Okay. Your left foot should always be on the foot pedal. Okay. And your body should be always facing the camera. Okay. If you look at yourself here, let's get, okay. So if you look at yourself here, this is your camera. Okay. That's your camera line. You're always speaking. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
What about the foot pedal?
Okay, so this is where you have to move the foot pedal with your left foot. Okay, and your left foot should always be on that right foot pedal. Okay, yeah. Because here's what you're gonna do. Okay, so you can see this in real time for yourself.
Sorry.
Damn hair thing. All right, no, it's okay. It's not your fault. It's my fault. Okay, now I'm gonna press play on here. Okay, this is gonna go very slow. It's gonna go very slow for a reason. There is a blue crosshair. You see the blue box?
Yeah.
Okay, that's where you need to always be looking. Okay, we're slowing down how it reads for a reason. Okay. So this is going to play automatically. What's going to happen is if you need to speak faster, you're going to have your foot down. So press that button, hold it down.
The right button.
Yeah.
That's not a button, is it?
It is.
Oh, now I got it.
Okay. So every time that you want it to speed up, you press that, you hold that down. Okay. But you have to remember though to organize it in such a way where you're able to speed it up when you need to and slow it down when you need to. Because if you have it just like that, the way that you speak, it may not match up and it may sound very like awkward and weird. So you need to make sure that you're speaking in such a way that is like natural and fluent, okay? Remember, you're going to use the script as a guideline, okay? Yeah, there's some parts that you can speak like automatically, but for the most part, you're going to use that as a guideline,
Okay.
All right, now, I'm going to get out your way in a second. What I need you to do is we're going to start from the beginning, okay? And just get a few reps in.
Can I already speak?
Get a few reps in.
Okay. The goal isn't views. It's turning your content into something that actually supports your true purpose.
Now speed up. Okay, good. Now let's say if you made a mistake and you need to go back.
Yeah.
Put your left foot on the left button.
Okay, that's back. All right, got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Now, I'm going to play this from the beginning for you. I'm going to go up here. I'm going to pause it. And now we're going to record it, okay? So I'm going to go get out of your way. Okay, and this is where we're going to leave off for today.
Okay. Ready? The goal is not the view. Sorry, let's start again. The goal isn't views. It's turning your content into something that actually supports your true soul's purpose. Because if you're only chasing views, you will feel seen for a moment and then feel disconnected from why you're even doing what you're doing. I see so many women right now sharing their voice and expressing more of who they truly are, posting about spirituality, healing, light language, purpose, and their true soul's gifts. But they're quietly feeling like, why am I not going anywhere with this? And why am I not receiving the way I want to receive? And why does this feel draining instead of uplifting and fulfilling? And the truth is, it's not because you are not meant for your purpose or you're not meant to share what you share. But it's because you have been taught to chase views and visibility and followers instead of building something truly on a rooted foundation that can hold your unique soul's energy. Because views are just attention, it can change at any time. But what you are here to build and lead is something so much greater and deeper. So the main point is that the views are constantly fleeting and changing, but your energy and your creations are not. Views, followers come and go. One day you create a video and it reaches a large amount of people, and the next day it disappears, or people tune the video out. And if you tie your sense of progress to that, you will always feel drained and you will always feel out of balance and like you need to start over again. But when you create something with a true foundation and something really intentional, a message, a practice, an offering as an extension of your soul, a body of work, a space, a sacred space for people to connect, that can hold your energy. And that is something that lasts. So instead of asking yourself constantly and driving yourself crazy with asking yourself, how do I get more views? How do I get viral? Start asking yourself a different question. And that is, what am I here to create that actually reflects my true soul's purpose and dharma? Because your work is not meant to be temporary. It's meant to live on for generations and to evolve with you. My second point is that your content is an expression and an extension of your soul's purpose, but also see your content as a portal to your soul's offering. And this is where the true shift happens. Your videos are not just content. They are holy transmissions, activations, and invitations. And every time you speak, every time you share your light language, and every time you express your truth, you're opening a door. And you're opening a door to your viewers and to your audience. But that energy has nowhere to land. It just disperses. Sorry, but if there is nowhere for that energy to land, it just disperses and it's all over the place. So your content becomes powerful when it leads somewhere, into a deeper practice, into a sacred container, into a space where people feel safe, and into a journey where others can walk with you. And also your content is not just something that people watch. It becomes something where people can step into. And my third point is, when you lead with true service, everything just is going to align naturally. And the truth is, if your energy is signaling, how do I make money from this? It's going to create pressure and people can feel that. But when your energy and your focus becomes, how can I truly support someone today? How can I serve today? And how can I help someone feel safe, seen, or awakened? And how can I express my true gifts? Everything just softens. And you start to trust more. And you start to show up more authentically. And you start to connect more with yourself and with others. And that over time becomes a deepened trust, community support, and yes, also income. But it comes from alignment and not from push and force. So the path isn't post something, then hope, and then feel disappointed. The path is express your truth, serve from your heart and from your soul, and create something meaningful and allow it to grow and deepen over time. Just like a baby. And this is the long game. Are you in for the long game? Because this is the purpose-led creation path. So if you're on this path of purpose right now, and you feel like, is this even working? Am I even making any progress? Just remember, you're not here to go viral today. You're here to build something that lasts for generations and something that really matters to you, yourself, the planet, the children. So ask yourself, what am I creating that truly reflects who I am as a soul? And where does this purposeful energy want to flow next? And how can I serve more deeply and not just more loudly? Because when you shift from chasing views and attention to honoring your purpose, your energy, your unique soul's work, everything begins to align.